Here we are in Tanto Monta at the end of 3 turns, very briefly, because I got my Pischetti cooking. On the last turn, the Portuguese managed to sweep down, and they went back to war with the North Africans, and they swept their way down the coast, as well as expanding over here. That's the big takeaway from the turn, to tell you the truth. Muslims have been struggling, managed to get Gibraltar, but lost Alhambra to a card. This one. Castile did not gain a lot going against the Beltranejos there. Oh, the Muslims managed to wipe out the Portuguese navy, but their own navy is pretty badly beaten up after they did a piracy roll. They're down to like 1 ship. Well, they had this one as well, which they loaned. The French and Aragonese have been kind of locked into a stalemate over here. A little bit changed. The French took Nice, but outside of that, they didn't really gain anything in Italy or against the Germans or anything. The Treaty of Etapes had to be passed. There was a royal marriage between Alfonso and Isabel, which brought Portuguese and Spanish royal families together, although it's not going to result in an heir. Just the game is scripted enough that way. Anything else really exciting? Oh, the papacy changed hands again. Innocent VIII is the new pope, and he's pro-Spanish, which has swung the victory point situation. Portugal's well in the lead. France a few points behind. Spain a few points behind that. The Muslims really trailing. It looked at one point, well, I don't know. Anyway, that's where we are. We got a whole bunch of destroyed stuff that's going to have to go back in the force pools, leaders that are coming back and whatnot. We have a captured Beltranejos leader here, which is a bonus for the Spaniards. And yeah, I mean, how much are the Portuguese really willing to buy that off? You know, big forces. The North Africans have built up a fairly large force to try to repel the Portuguese a little bit. We have explorers from Muslim and from Spain, but they're stuck sailing the coast of Africa at best, and the Spaniards can't even form a settlement there, although because of the treaty. A little bit of movement over here in the Canaries, but not much. And, you know, I mean, we're almost halfway through, and it feels like very little is happening. Here we are, Tanto Monta, letting Raid play by itself for a while, and I'm going to try to get through at least the card draw phase, see what I can, you know, get started on this 4th turn. Plemkin is showing up at this point as well. I had these 2 markers on the board. They actually come in, and I'm going to leave them there as reminders for this, when the Cardinal Ciceros event takes place. I forgot that each player has their own player aid. I've been using the French one because it has the sequence of play on the other side. But yeah, it gives a nice consolidation of all the victory points. Now, those victory points are contained back here as well. So I could have looked it up there instead, but I realized that it would be there. I'm starting to set these guys up. We got the additional forces that were up there. Some extra troops. We've got an extra key. That gave us a few extra victory points. And now the North African units. This is basically part of North Africa in all senses, I guess. And we added the big Portuguese and the North African Navy units that were wiped out last turn, along with all the nous. See, this is, oh, I'm in the wrong place. That's why. Suitors and children. Who do we got here? We're on turn 4. We get John of Asturias and Margaret of Austria. We get John of Castile and Philip the Handsome. And Manuel is present. He can't die and he can't get married unless Afonso of Portugal dies. Did we build any? Portugal built another fortress? Just them. They have the cheap ones that are off board. What is this? Natural disaster gives you victory points. It is, to some extent, a lot of this game feels like point salad type crap, okay? With all these pools of victory points and everything. You can make the same argument with EU. If you represented it with lots of counters and everything, it would be the same. And it's kind of part of why I say, when I look at Virgin Queen, my memories of it, I'm at this point where I'm like, maybe if I played it the same way I played this and didn't really worry about trying to optimize my victory points and be driven by them entirely and everything, I would be a little bit more comfortable with the game. The problem is, and like I sort of tried when I first started approaching this, I felt like it should be like Here I Stand. Uses similar systems and everything, a lot more crap thrown in on top of it, and that crap starts to get in the way of any kind of that sort of competitive CDG feel for me. I've already talked though about this. It kind of spoils some of the narrative for me. What's going on with the amount of information overload and everything that's taking place. And also, what I said at the end of the last video is that not a lot seems to actually be happening, right? Like, I'm fidgeting around and moving these markers for victory points and everything, but I'm not really feeling like I'm directing a country terribly much, Now, turns are about the same length as turns in EU. Despite the fact that they've extended the military in the game to being kind of fiddly and annoying in a way that I just don't feel like Here I Stand was. Sure, there were mercenaries, but they were rare. The militia in this are a lot more pervasive because it's the only way you can kind of afford troops for the most part. And I don't think that was the case in Here I Stand. I don't really remember Virgin Queen very well. Honestly, I don't remember Here I Stand all that well either. But I remember liking Here I Stand a lot. And I remember feeling that Virgin Queen was too point salady, too much crap going on to pay attention to and kind of see that narrative through everything. I don't really remember whether or not there wasn't much going on. I kind of feel like the core system in this almost ensures that not much goes on, right? I don't know, the valuation of what you can do with cards and everything. So where am I? Okay, on the Mesta and then dealing with the cards, good enough. I have no idea why resource markers are getting put on the turn track. Because the ones that are in the discard pile get reintroduced after the draw here. So unless it was skipping the next turn as well, and that's not how things go on the turn track. Things go on the turn track the next turn. It has the same effect as throwing in the discard. It's just kind of like, it's leaving me with a, gosh, am I missing something? Or did they just choose to, you know, put this extra step in there for no real reason? I don't know. Anyway, after I roll the Mesta, get the cards together, I guess I get to deal. Dealing's a pain in the ass. I got to do all kind of counting for that. The thing is, there's no reason I can't count the number of cards that each player is due to get before I prepare the deck. So I can keep this there for, for the count, but still pull the card out. It's just not the order you're supposed to do things in, but there's no reason not to do it in the wrong order. And obviously the Muslims and Portuguese, fairly easy to figure their cards. He had an extra counter, which I've addressed. But when I get to the Spaniards, they've got a nice little thing for cards drawn for all the different powers, right? We're on the interesting ones here, I think. Gibraltar, Papacy. We get a -1, right? 2 or more North African keys. No, it's only at 1. Good enough. I think when they say North African, I think they mean the North African player power. I don't think Quetta counts. Okay. And the Portuguese keys controlled by another player. I was not aware of these suckers, okay, these penalties. Foreign war, tribal insurrection, possible papal bull. Okay, we're good with those. But for the interesting ones, the French, Perpignan is the Roussillon card that I've got marked there. Rolling for each noble house, they actually tell me how to do that, but they don't tell me all the information I need, so I've got to go look that up. Foreign war in Brittany and foreign war in Burgundy are both -1. Now this is kind of interesting. In the setup, the French do not get a -1 marker for the foreign war in Brittany that they're supposed to get. They get it in the card draw phase, right? Well, I don't think I ever had to deal with it because I think I cleared it out on the first. First of all, I cheated and it wasn't there at the beginning of the game. And secondly, and I don't remember if it said put a -1 on there. I don't think it did. We could find it. Hold on. Brittany card, that does not say it. I'm assuming the Burgundy one also doesn't say it. I guess it's baked in somewhere. God knows. But, when I'm running into problems like this, let's look at the card draw. Like, it's unreasonable that it only be on the player aid, if that's where it is. Let's take a look. Card draw phase. Add new cards deal. 20.7, consolidating the power of the monarch. Maybe it says it there. This is, I've skipped over part of that before. So I don't see it. Quite simply, I just do not see where the card is. I bet you it's under the Foreign Wars section. It'll say something. War of Brittany, this Castile intervention, I wouldn't think that would have it. But here, the French or Portuguese player receive one less card if they are fighting a foreign war during the card draw phase. So that's where it is. It's not in the card draw here, back where, back at the base rule for that. And there's no reference to go back to it, whereas there is a reference for dealing with those. Troubling, to tell you the truth. And some of it's just a matter of when you start throwing too much information in a game, it becomes harder and harder to express it all in the rules properly, right? But like, I don't think, like, yes, it's in the rules, it's somewhere in the rules, but it becomes another one of those burdens you just have to fucking remember. Unless you happen to be zoning out on the player aid card, which, such is life. What I was going through was, hey, the French don't have all theirs on there, but they have some things that I wasn't expecting. But, and the Portuguese should have a -1. Jesus, fucking annoyance. My table being too small. Foreign war tribal insurrection will cause a problem, but not the Ottoman War, which is, I am no longer there. I'm here at the Aragon one. The Ottoman War would have been under foreign war cards as well. That is not it. The tribal insurrection, it's one of the three that all this covers, sort of, except not all of it. But then when we get to the Spaniards, we have information here. Aragon, 2 cards, 1 card otherwise, then add cards gained from successful rolls. Similar to the French not giving all the rules that you need to deal with this, although the French one comes closer. There's a whole fucking chart for Aragon's home cards that they're supposed to get. And there's just no room for that because they've got to put, the symbol or whatever on there. I don't find the idea of putting some graphic element on the cards where necessary tables could be seems a little unwise to me, because it would be very, very helpful. The only place this chart exists, unless it's for some reason over here, the only place it exists seems to be in the rule book itself, which I consider problematic. Peeking at this reminded me, hey, wait, I was supposed to do replacement leaders. That's sort of here with the add leaders, but it doesn't tell you to go hunt down the replacements chart or whatever, which I don't believe is actually, as an opposite to these, I don't believe this is in the rules. I think this is only here. I'm not positive. I was wrong. Here it is in the card draw phase, right where it would belong. But yeah, I mean, any charts that you have to refer to pretty regularly probably should, like every turn, probably should not be only in the rules when you have a double-sided player aid card. Of course, one side is the sequence of play in all cases. But yeah, there's certainly room on the Spanish player card to have put that chart, even a small version of it, or put it in larger here if you were willing to give up having that graphic. The net of that is we had 2 replacements. Isabella got replaced with the Duke of Alva. Maybe better. He's about the same. It's just a matter of name change. But of some value, Yaya got replaced by Elbertaki, who has the capacity of moving an extra unit. Again, not a big difference in terms of what's on the board, but I guess Isabella, she's still alive, but, she's aging, so not leading the forces. Although when I watched El Cid, she was in that leading the attack. I mean, not leading the attack, but she was present on the field to some extent. Okay, and this isn't the famous Duke of Alva. So where am I? I'm going to roll for these guys. Okay. For drawn cards, now people have different amount of home cards now. France is down to 2, 3, 3, 3 plus Papal Bull. For home card or for additional cards though, the Muslims are going to get 6. Everyone else is going to get 5 drawn cards. It's getting too large to shuffle, and by just splitting it and riffling through. Most of the cards are in. There's a few for the last couple turns, but yeah, with the armored cards, with flexible cards, I could handle a deck this size. I know that I was able to shuffle Magic decks that size without a problem, but now I'm basically going to have to go to more complex mechanisms for shuffling in terms of like split the deck in half, take the top off each half, shuffle those, take the bottoms off each half, shuffle those, and then just keep doing that. So instead of like 10 or 12, well, 12 is what I've been shuffling recently, it's going to come more to like 24 different shuffles, which is painful on the hands. Moving into the diplomacy phase, and we're going to walk away and do something else for a while. But all the resource markers are down. The Muslims have an additional one. They've been collecting their 2 each turn without problem, I think. Did I cheat? I don't know. Yeah, they're fine. Theirs come automatically unless they're blocked. And if they're blocked, they probably just don't get them. Well, they just don't get them. The question is whether or not they want to keep them on the board or whatever. And also whether or not, I guess, the Portuguese grab them. But the Portuguese have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 resources coming into them. That could be a huge, huge gain to their capabilities. Not this turn. They can't do anything with them this turn, and people can pirate them. But next turn, that's going to be, they have a real big pile of goodies coming in. No one else does. Now, let's take a look at the time thing. Yeah, so we're guaranteed the overseas voyages at the end of this turn. So if it didn't get dealt out, which is likely, that big old stack, that's, it's kind of funny. Like, I don't know. I guess the overseas voyages, at least the Portuguese, are almost guaranteed to make something through here. You could make a reasonable argument that neither Columbus nor Cabral makes it, and so that the New World just doesn't get discovered. And would it eventually? Sure. But, but certainly the Portuguese were pushing this, knew what they were doing. Anyhow, when did overseas voyages go into the deck? I don't know. It may go in on this turn. But, there's a fairly low probability that any given card is going to show up on any deal. And in fact, I would say that there's less than a 50% chance, just, eyeballing and thinking about things, that any given card will come up through the course of the game. Because that deck's getting awfully big. Is it less than 50? I don't know. We're looking at 20 cards each turn. I mean, there's probably a fair chance that any card will come up at some point in the game. But if it weren't for the automatic arrivals of certain events, and obviously, some of them, but it feels like they're tailored to this, like it can happen earlier in the turn or it will happen at the end of the turn. We can look at some of the ones we got here, but there may be no second war with Burgundy, for example. The Pope's I think they go in precisely when they must. Well, Sixtus went in on the first turn, and he dies on the first turn. Okay. Sagres is not mandatory, it just got removed. Muli Hassan came in on turn 2, was required on turn 2. Treaty of Etaples came in on turn 3, was required on turn 3. This is the Catalans. So yeah, there's it feels like the events are so tightly scripted that like they're going to happen in that 5-year period. They may just happen at the very end of the 5-year period instead of before. I'm going to leave this card out there that helps remind me about the militia stuff. At least, you know, I think until the Nazarids go away. All right, time for me to vacate this area because I'm in no state to do the diplomacy after setting up, you know, all this stuff. Again, if I weren't playing solo, certainly the diplomacy would flow reasonably well after that, and it might not be too unpleasant. But for me, figuring out the diplomacy involves looking at all the cards, thinking about the turn from each player's perspective, and then what they want to do, you know, for that turn, given their hand of cards, given what they're sitting on at that point. I had a suspicion I was doing something wrong, and so I looked it up, and yes, I was. When you found a settlement, the active player moves the now to the turn track, place a settlement color, draw a naval resource from the pool, and place it on the space as well. Okay, what does that mean? I believe there were 2 spaces, one here and one here, that I already had resources for. I've got to reconsider what might have come through. So I got to roll for this, and I got to remember what my rolls were for these, and send resources back based on that, which should have been in the Portuguese hand. Did they get screwed in the first turn? You know, they had a card that allowed them to place resources immediately, which I thought was necessary when you created a settlement, simply because otherwise you get to place the resources immediately, but I thought it was something special for that card. I know the die roll up here was a 5, which would have been 1 arrives, 1 eliminated, 1 remains. I would have gotten to pick which one arrived. I don't remember what my resources were. I'm going to say that one is the one that came from here, so we're all good there. I have not rolled for the second one, and I don't remember what the third was. So that second one, on a 9, all arrive, I would have gotten a resource. I'm going to just draw a brand new one. This happened at the end of last winter, that these should have been there. Okay, this would have been 5 command points. Again, they get that here. And for this other one, I don't remember what the die roll was. I think the resource arrived, and I don't think I got a 9 or more. I'm not sure. Let me roll. Wow. I don't know. Why did I roll? Yeah. Let's leave it at this. That'll give the Portuguese, again, more resources than I thought they were going to get. The card that puts resources out there, it may just be more or less reiterating what's happening here. Anyway, once again, we're going to break there, but the Portuguese actually have 2 big 5 CP chits in their hand for this turn. they're going to be able to do a lot, and that's kind of a big deal. Now remember, whatever they do with those is an extension of the impulse, so they can't like do a second siege in the same space with it. And also, if it's one of the things that they already did, they pay more for it. So they gotta kind of plan a little harder. They do have their navy to rebuild though, which is kind of a pain. It is Tuesday, I guess. Damn, it's gotta be. Gray, dull day. Probably should go shopping tomorrow, but we'll see. Or go out and enjoy this or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm looking at the cards the players are holding for the diplomacy stuff. And this is the card that allowed me to take and add random naval resource to one of your nows or to an empty settlement of yours on the exploration map. Then draw and add 2 other naval resources directly to the player card. The empty settlement is a very unlikely thing. It can happen if you get pirated. So this is the card that I played for the Portuguese before. It would have worked out the same, but I might not have played it. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want, to continue this war in North Africa, or to offer peace, or accept peace. I don't really know, what everybody else is doing. But one of the primary considerations there is if I had that Master of the Atlantic again, I would definitely want to pursue that. I'm not absolutely certain that I want to pursue these last 2 areas for the 3 extra victory points. That's a hell of a lot of victory points, but it does put me at war for the rest of the game, basically, if I want to keep them. I can never make peace with the North Africans. And that's a tough call, man. That's a tough call. On the other hand, I don't really have any other wars. If I let the Beltranejos fall, don't pay, there's not much I can do with the current peace in play. If I let the Beltranejos fall, which is to my best interest because Tordesillas gives me victory points, it frees me up. I don't have to intervene. Not that I'm as directly interventionary as I was in the. I don't even know. This may be no longer available. I have to look that up because of the peace. And somewhere or another we have a war marker. I don't know where. Over here. The war at sea is still in place. This should be flipped over. It's on its last turn. And then the war at sea kind of expires, I guess. Not that we're seeing too much effect of that at this point. But yeah, it's kind of a, hey, Portugal has capabilities to do military stuff. Maybe this is the best move. Keep picking on the Muslims, especially since they're trying to defend this at the same time, so their hand is split, and I have a lot of resources available, a lot more than I can put into just exploration. I'm a very wealthy country right now with this flow of resources coming in. But yeah, now from the other side of it though, the Muslims have more troops in North Africa than I do. And I was kind of able to freeze things. We saw how inconclusive warfare can be, right? I was able to kind of freeze things with the plague because the Muslims did not want to lose all their armies or half their army to the plague, which would have happened if they had pulled out of there, presumably. Don't know. And then I jumped over to France to look at their cards. Now, let me talk about the card they have. The reason I jumped over to France is all their funky treaties. This is kind of the turn they have to do them if they're going to do them. So Treaty of Senlis, I can do by announcing it in the diplomacy phase of the turn. Is there a cost? See here, it's France may unilaterally send by extending the impulse in the action phase. I remember there's a cost because of the Maximilian counter there. If Maximilian has been played at least once, announcing this treaty has a cost of either discarding a random resource or choosing a specific card and discarding it. Okay, so I'd have to give something up to do that. Big deal to do? I don't know, you know. I would have liked to have gained Metz and Milan, although I think this like allows me access to them. I'm not absolutely certain. On the turn of this treaty, the Emperor Maximilian event may not be executed, may only be used by CP if played by any player. From now on, he'll no longer intervene over Metz, but he will intervene with Milan. So, I mean, there would have been times when this would have been useful or whatever. I could not have played it, I think, yeah, turn 3 or later. But the important thing is the Treaty of Barcelona, it cannot be signed if it's turn 1, okay, or if the death of Ferrante of Naples has been played. That's an automatic event at the end of this turn, which to me means it's in the deck right now. So I may want to do this. I can do it by extending the impulse of an action phase or announcing it in the diplomacy phase. In these cases, I have to cede control of Roussillon to Aragon. This will put the Spanish and French at peace. If I had the Treaty of Barcelona card, I would definitely be trying to play that just to do it for free. During spring deployment, I can give the Spanish 2 cards or one of my resources and a card chosen from my hand. In this case, the current war state is unaltered, but the treaty is considered signed. So I think France is going to give up a lot of their capabilities this turn to prevent them from losing Roussillon, which means I'm not going to be able to do much. So I'm going to be signing both of these. In both cases, like I'm going to be giving up basically 3 things. Now, once during diplomacy, once during deployment. This will be C, so it doesn't follow returning home spaces, not that either side. Well, I actually have a home space here that I would have gotten a permanent victory point for. Is it worth giving up Roussillon for that? I doubt it. Yeah, so I would be getting a single victory point from the Spanish if I give up Roussillon, but I lose Roussillon, which I think is worth something to me. It's worth 1 victory point. So I would kind of break even, right? Not really, because I would lose this victory point. But I'd get a victory point marker. Like, I wouldn't lose this is what's coming down to it, right? I wouldn't lose the victory point. I'd create a new victory point and give Spain that victory point back. But I would lose Roussillon, which I do rather want. And here's the thing. I'm going to be thrown into war with Spain again anyway. I don't like the idea of giving them fistfuls of cards, but I think I can block them with one of these 2 forces can block Ferdinand from going any further by just deploying down here in Ampurias. So that looks positive. What I wanted to talk about was this Holy Inquisition. This is a weird card. During any action phase, just before a Christian player is about to start their impulse, skip the impulse of that player immediately or entirely, and the turn proceeds to the next player in impulse order. I guess if I really needed to do something and get a 2-turn jump on someone, that could be useful. For the most part, I'd rather be going late have cards late in the turn and be able to be reactive. So I really doubt that I'm going to play this for anything. So this is likely a headline backer or something that I'm just going to use for points or something. But yeah, putting my thoughts into the treaties there, and as to what I want to do with them, because I know that that's something that's going to kind of influence my decisions. I think the answer is I do not want. What am I in, diplomacy? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I do not want to go to peace with Spain. Well, I don't mind going to peace with Spain, right? I would gladly go to peace with Spain. The problem with that, of course, is that Aragon doesn't have anything that they're doing, and they are a threat to France if, they position up there. So, and they can regain things. I don't really want to give them this. Now, territories will be given away by the Treaty of Barcelona on case A or B, no matter what. Wow, that's nasty. Again, it's not that big a deal. France doesn't mind giving this away. If they had the Treaty of Barcelona card, they would totally be into playing it. Anyway, I'll keep thinking, flip around, considering the hands. And again, this is a big part of these games. With the detailed, very heavy event focus on the cards. And Here I Stand has this. There's no question. And it's something that I like. But when used in conjunction with all the other complexity that is being added to the system, it just pushes it over the edge for me. Anyway, in my sort of random moving around for the diplomacy, the Muslims are in an interesting place. But, I'm trying to figure out, hey, how do they feel? Like Portugal, my guess is everybody splits up and talks to every other player as a pair, just like you would in a game of diplomacy or whatever. And sometimes there's do we have anything to talk about? Nope. Okay. You just feel like you should at least make an effort, right? Okay. So they have a number of cards. They have a mandatory on the spice trade, which is just basically garbage. It's a 3-point card for them. If you're Muslim and you control a couple of locations that I don't, I gain a victory point and give a card from the deck to any other player. That's a pretty nice card. If I could get Tangier, I would achieve it. So maybe I want to stay in the war and try to push the Portuguese due to this card. Otherwise, it's a nada, and it's kind of an interesting. All right, this one's real interesting. Play just before. So it's got 2 events on it. It's a 2-point crappy card. I don't know what the hell it is. Play just before the headline event segment. This is some kind of funky special card that can be played. It's not marked response or anything like that. It's just this weird card that can be played at a time when you can't play cards. Play just before the event segment to review the cards in an opponent's hand. Select and keep one of those cards. So I get to give this crappy card away for another card. Give this card to your opponent. That player must play it either for CP during their first impulse or as a card to accompany their headline event. This is a powerful and interesting card that I could use to kind of pillage Portugal's hand and take something really valuable from them before any cards are played. It looks really appealing to me. Again, leading me towards the side of war. And then I have the Treaty of Barcelona. Now, the big thing this does is Aragon gives control of all spaces in Roussillon controlled by France, gains control of all spaces in Roussillon controlled by France. These 2 powers now go to peace. This doesn't do anything for me. So I'm not going to play it for the Treaty of Barcelona. And honestly, other than not having to give Spain honestly, I don't see the point of this card, to tell you the truth. Like, let's say France is holding it. This is a card that they could spend, giving up 3 command points, essentially. I guess if they have no resources, they can spend this card to have basically the same effect as the extending an impulse or announcing it in diplomacy. So yeah, is give up Roussillon. Well, I was hoping there was some way around it, but no. This just does the same as that. I guess the one thing, Spain might want to play this, because they would get Roussillon out. They would get the effect that France probably doesn't want to give out of it. So this is just a garbage card for me, but I do have a couple of interesting cards that affect my choices. So I don't think I'm going to go to peace, and I'm going to put this here so that I remember when I hit headline events to go there. I'm seeking out the thoughts of alliance. Oh, we got to look this sucker up. What is that? Beltranejo support. Let me jump to that. Again, you know, there's just so much you have to have in mind to make your decisions, especially at this stage, these couple of, you know, impulses or whatever, these couple of phases in the game, that you really have to kind of take everything into account at once, including your handful of cards and everything. And again, is this that different from the economic phase in EU? And I keep drawing back to that because we're talking about a very similar type of period and very event-driven, the same kind of choices between economics and military operations and whatnot. I guess, you know, you have a victory point chart in EU, kind of like you have one here, of some specific goals, but you've gone out of your way and picked a few of them ahead of time that you kind of without, if you don't know all the events, without sufficient knowledge of how likely they are. But let us, so in that game, the difference really is you're kind of looking at it, there's, you know, a similar period where you're kind of looking at everything all at once, and what I call the spreadsheet. But it's not just, there's a diplomacy phase and stuff like that, where you're plotting money for diplomacy and everything. It all kind of works together though, because it's all one currency, right? Here it's not all one currency. Here it's these cards that have the events on them that aren't just happening. Instead, you're like controlling them. So for example, the idea that the Muslims might want to play the Treaty of Barcelona, what could I get out of it, right? I could turn to Spain and say, hey, you know, I'll play the Treaty of Barcelona if you do this, or something along those lines. But first of all, it's non-binding, so whoever goes first gets kind of fucked, and, well, might get fucked. It's really unlikely. People usually keep to those kind of agreements. But unless I see something fantastic in the Spanish players' hands for the Muslims, I really don't see that they're going to make that kind of deal. It seems unlikely to happen. Anyway, I got to look at the Beltranejos, see if that thing's still there after Alcácer or Alcácer or whatever. It's a nearly fucking useless rules reference because of the way GMT does their rules. I'm comparing this now, what I'm reading now, the Europa simulations, or Simulations Europa, I don't remember, who follow something much more close to, you know, Avalon Hill or SPI's reference numbers. Foreign support for Beltrano's card. See 20.4 for details on supporting the cause of Beltranejos. What's 20.4? 2 pages of rules. Damn near. Call it a page and a half of rules. This is bullshit. It should have a reference number that gives me exactly where it goes, but there are no reference numbers. There's these stupid little underlined things, some of which don't really feel like they belong underneath. Now, it's this, I think. Isn't it? No, that's something else. Now, I already looked in this, but didn't see it, but there it is. At the end of a French impulse, a Portuguese stack and a French stack with a leader meet at Burgos or Victor. This award can only be granted once, never after the Peace of Alcasovas. Okay, so these are gone. These can't happen. And that's kind of what I thought. I thought they weren't going to work. Technically, I probably ought to be putting them away in a bag, just not technically, but for best use, I probably ought to be putting them in a bag. If I had like bags for each country already sort of started, I would do that, but there aren't a lot of pieces that get put away. The only thing that's gotten put away is the Catalans, and that doesn't really help me. So that's going to put me to looking at the last player's cards, the Spanish. First of all, we have the perfect response card here. Like I said, I suspect there might be cancel cards or something. There is one. Witchcraft. Cancels a card played by another player during the action phase of any type, including home, mandatory, blah, blah. If the cancel card was played as an event or CP, they cannot replace it with a new selection. Instead, that player just receives 2 CPs of actions and is not able to extend the impulse. So, can't be played against the headline event, though. But what I think's cool about this is it attributes it correctly, right? This isn't like, spying or something like that, because these cards, the events, most of them wouldn't really be affected by that. This is fucking witchcraft. It's just so perfect. It's like, yeah, we do have sorcerers on our side. Whether or not you believe that this could have any kind of effect is a different sort of thing, but at least I see the humor in terming it witchcraft and agree. Now we come to the confusing one. And I'll put this here. That can be very powerful, though. Caesar Borgia. Add this leader and 4 militia to any space you control in Italy that's not under siege. Played by France. France gains control of all independent Italian spaces. Whoop. Update control before placing the units. That's very powerful for France. Okay, now here we go to something weird. C21.7 if Alexander VI is the Pope, or if he arrives while Borgia is on the map. Neither of those are the case, but I think I want to see it anyway. I'm guessing that's this. 21.7. 1, 2. Again, 2 2/3 pages. But I am able to see it. Okay. The reason this is confusing is I see this, if Alexander is the Pope, or, okay, fine, I'll see that if that's the case. Borgia is removed from the map during the card draw phase if Alexander VI is not the Pope. I think I can play it before Alexander VI becomes Pope. He will become Pope this turn. At the end of this turn, unless his card is out, in which case he might become Pope earlier. We're not in the card draw phase, so I think I'm okay. The way these two rules two sentences kind of jammed together had me a little confused. But the event is an extra leader on the map, which asks, if Borgia is controlled by the same power that is allied with the papacy, both papal units in his formation may move or retreat. Great. And he may gain control. So, since the Spanish control the papacy, and they would control Borgia, they would be able to take papal units and do stuff with them. Intriguing. I don't think they can take Neapolitan units, which are the ones who are actually faced with an invasion. I don't know how much there is for me to gain here. I mean, I could go march up to take Modena or something along those lines. Borgia is removed during the card draw phase if any pope other than Alexander VI is in power. If Alexander VI is the current pope, he remains in play. However, there are two conditions where more special rules apply to Borgia. Oh, okay, here we go. Alexander VI becomes pope, Borgia already on the map. If he comes into play when Borgia is there and the papacy after its diplomatic is now controlled by a different player than the one who controls Borgia, displace Borgia in papal units in his formation to Rome. He's now controlled by the player allied with the papacy. I don't know which way Alexander VI goes. I fear that he'll go pro-French. If the diplomacy check was won by the Muslim, there's no effect on his status. Pope is Alexander VI, papacy, an active Muslim plays event. I don't think that's what we're going to see. That's a case if the Muslims play this card. So I'm just not going to read that because that's a lot of rules that can't take effect because unless somehow the Muslims get this card, which they might. They won't because it's not in their hands. So that opens up some interesting options. I obviously would like extra troops and leaders and whatnot. However, how much do I really want Borgia? Like, Borgia's not a mandatory event. So if I don't play him for the event, I don't know which way Alexander VI goes, but I'm suspecting he's the pro-French pope. Which means I would lose Borgia, and that would put me in a really, really ugly situation. So it might be to my best interest not to even play that. And since it's not a mandatory event, you know, it might not come out next turn. I could actually hold it and prevent it from coming out next turn. Brings an extra leader. These two rules always apply. If he's controlled by the same power allied with the papacy, how do I place him? That's the interesting thing here. Add this leader and form militia to any space. I guess it has to be whatever power I'm playing it for. You control an Italy that is not under siege. Okay, so I could place him down in Naples or something. And he would be my leader, so he could lead my miners. So yes, he could lead the Neapolitans. Possibly of interest. Is Otranto giving me anything? It's giving me a city towards the Lord of Italy. That's what it's doing. It's how I got that point. Because it was very close run. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of left with I don't think much is going to happen. I think the French and the Portuguese will agree once again to an alliance just because why not? Oh, shit. I missed something. Not surprising, but I missed... We have a captive leader, and I think captive leaders were supposed to generate something somewhere before this. No? Yeah? Huh. Okay, I don't know when captive leaders give you a bonus, and I can't find it in the long sequence of play, and I don't know where to find it in the rules. I gotta swap batteries. I'll go look for it, try to figure out what it is. I've done it. They give you a bonus regardless of, you know, whether or not you ransom them off, which is coming up in the diplomacy. It's back in the draw resources phase. For each leader still in your dungeon, you draw a CP resource marker. I may have already, yeah, I already threw the discards back in, but, so this is not really a big deal. I don't think there were any CPs waiting to be dumped in there. So this would have happened where deal new resources here. So after they were dropped. Okay, so no problem at all. Unfortunately, I thought I understood what dealing resources meant, so I didn't go look in the rules. I basically have to page through the rules each time to catch the stuff, if that's the case. So Spain may actually have like an extra card or something. They got a victory point. These get eaten. They've got a rarity factor to them, so that's kind of cool. All right, I am going to pause. I know it doesn't seem like I did anything, but I think what I did was I came to an agreement to ally France and Portugal. They just don't see a reason not to, is basically the thing. I don't think they're going to gain anything out of it. There's a similar argument you can make between France and the Muslims. Speaking of Muslims, the Muslims don't want to do it because they could conceivably pirate French territory, and they just don't see getting rid of that option. I don't know. I think you might be able to pirate people that you're allied with. Which reminds me, I did not use, or did this, it just happened, right? When did it happen? The Treaty of Senlis, yeah, this treaty here was fired off by the mandatory event at the end of the turn. So this is the first time, and that's why I have a huge force in Paris and actually have French armies. This is the first time that I've got Casanova there. So yeah, he might not want to ally with Portugal for similar reasons, but there's no real Portuguese in the Med, and that's where I've placed him. So looks like a reasonable choice. Although you could make arguments that, like, I don't know, the Portuguese are rife for being plundered because of this. But, and basically the two players who are, so the Portuguese and the Spanish are the most likely to have resources on the rest of the world for the plunder results coming from the rest of the world. Well, the only way that happens, yes, you can do piracy, but the only way the plundered result happens off the chart is if somebody controls a bunch of these or all of those or something. Portugal's the most likely to control them. I don't think anybody else has a real chance to, which means their settlements are all safe from that. And Spain, if they can get control of the Canaries, is immune to it. But if they don't have the Canaries, I think they're not. So another reason, they have a lot of reasons for being up there. I don't see anything that, overseas voyages is happening this turn. Like, that's the requirement here. But nothing like requires that you get Columbus or Da Gama into play. God, Albuquerque was after Da Gama. Anyway, we're not like finding, we're not getting any bonuses anywhere, and the overseas exploration hasn't come out yet. And I don't think, it's not in anybody's hand. So, we're stuck to just the Portuguese exploring down here. Now, I don't know what year it is, but they say like 6-year turns or something. So we're looking at like 1488. So we're just looking at the point at which, those overseas explorations do happen. It feels funny just like that the game I don't know, I'm so used to games starting with Columbus, right? EU, but not just, all the exploration games, Conquistador, everything that I have. I think Viceroys. It's kind of neat that this starts with this back here, but it is painful to not be able to extend my power very easily. And that's one reason Portugal wants to stay at war with the Muslims, is that there just really isn't a lot I can do. I don't have, if I had the overseas voyages, maybe, but I don't have that. I have cards that help me develop stuff out here, but not very much. And yeah, the Spanish really need to start working on the Canaries. Okay, break time. And again, can we get through this? Ransom segment. Pay a resource or a card to regain a leader. The Portuguese could give something up to get their leader. A resource or a card. I don't remember if I have an option. Like the way it's worded, it sounds like I get to choose. I don't think I do. I think I have to make it whichever I have the most of. And this is the kind of shit that, like, I feel like I hate having to look up. Oh, there's extra benefits. You get another resource? Wait, what? What the fuck? So you get a CP resource. I didn't get that. I didn't draw that. You get a CP resource for each leader in your dungeon here, and then you get more resources for them. Jesus. What the fuck, man? I shouldn't have gotten that victory point then. Because that's what happened. I drew a victory point. Wow. That's nice. Okay. So I get this 2 CPs, and these get discarded back in, I think. I don't know. Return it to the reserve and take another until you, yeah, so I don't want to do that because that's stupid, but it's the easiest way to express what actually happens, which is that it ends up in the cup. So now here, if I leave him captured, I'd roll a die, and on a 4, 5, or 6, because he has a battle rating, he would get another resource or place unrest in up to 3 spaces. Wow. So the capturing player, okay, let's go back here. The player regaining the leader chooses whether to play a resource or 1 card from his hand, both of which are random choices. Well, I definitely don't want to pay a resource. I kind of don't want to give him this. Like, my hand is good. I'm willing to let the Beltranejos fry. So yeah, the power is the Beltranejos. Unrest markers probably won't do much, I hope. I don't know. I get lucky as the Portuguese, and the Spanish don't get anything. Ideally, they would have liked to have probably gotten a resource, but I don't know, man. Because, again, I don't know how much the unrest is going to do. It prevents lines of communications and such not, but I would rather just let him rot in there. Not fry, he should rot. That's what should happen. All right. And war segment. Okay, wait a minute. I've already forgotten when the French have to do their things. So, Treaty of Senlac, I announce in the diplomacy phase, and I have to give up a random resource or or discard a specific card. I don't have a resource, so oh yeah, I do. Okay, so my resource is pretty good. Let me see if there's a card I want to discard, in which case I will be signing the Treaty of Senlac. Brings all kind of interesting questions. What cards can I discard? Am I allowed to discard mandatories for this? Because I have some mandatories that aren't very good. I do have a shitty response card, the Admiralty, that I don't think I want to play. Certainly don't for the second, which helps the Nazrid. 5 extra dice in a naval battle could be really, really potent. And I might get in a naval battle, so maybe giving up a 3-point card. And I do have some 3-point cards. I kind of like the trade rivalry. That does something shitty to Portugal, right? I get to steal a card from the Portuguese, and I get 3 points. That's pretty decent. Diplomatic movement's kind of crappy, but I'll probably use it as a backer or something. But I got things like Island People's Pride that I really don't care about. It lets me move shit around in the Canaries. Who cares, right? That's a card that I would gladly give up. Not really thrilled with this response card. Again, a possible backer or points or something. Italian Renaissance is good. Yeah, I think just the Island People's Pride is the only one that I'm really willing to give up out of the mandatories. But I don't know if I can discard a mandatory. Doesn't say here. But there may be something general somewhere. There's a section on cards, which talks about mandatory cards. They must be played during the action phase of the turn in which they're drawn. Alternatively, they can be played as the main card of a headline event. They may never be held. They may not pass if they're being held. They may be removed from play. It doesn't say I can't discard it, but it also says they must be played during the action phase of the turn in which they're drawn. Alternatively, they can also be played as a main card of the headline event. I don't think that I'm allowed to discard it. But again, who knows? You know? I don't know what I want to give up. Do I want to lose, do I want to make sure that I win a naval battle? Especially if I'm going to do piracy. I might end up, sallying out and needing... I think I would really like to get rid of that stupid 3-pointer. I think I'm going to throw the Holy Inquisition. I think that's the least useful card for me. I hate giving up, that's 4. My resource is 4, but I think I need that in order to do the other thing I want to do. Okay, so we just signed Senlac. I don't know where I'm putting these. Putting them up there or something. I don't know where they're supposed to go and where they're not supposed to go. Like, does it say something? This is treaties so France can turn towards Italy. I don't know. There's nothing I can do about them once they're signed, so I feel like getting rid of them, getting them off the card is more of a thing. Barcelona. During French spring deployment, I can give the Spaniards stuff. I don't actually need to extend an impulse for this either. So, yeah. And I was able to do this during diplomacy or something. It's so weird that each one is totally different. Like, they feel like they're the same kind of thing, kind of like marriages are or whatever, that they should be resolved the same way. Each one is a totally different, like, happens at a slightly different time or whatever. Yeah, pain in the ass. Okay, so I don't think we've got any new wars happening. We'll be getting to the headline event. And what did this take, like an hour for me to kind of, associate and figure out my turn? Okay, again, in EU, and most of it's me babbling and whatnot, but in EU, yeah, an hour to do the economic charting is fine. That's pretty good time. But I wouldn't be reporting on it. I'm not struggling over trying to parse all these different cards and everything. I've got an event segment where I get 3 or 4 events in EU that come up for each five-year game turn. Game turn's about the same size as this. Instead of having to parse 3, chances are you're going to have maybe a couple events that are pretty big, but some of them are pretty small. They're things like, roll for unrest in so many places, whatever. But if I compare the load of information that I have to assess each turn there, it's basically this set of 3 to 4 events, which are honestly, most of them about the same size as most of the cards in this, right? Instead here, I'm looking at, say, 5 cards per country, call it. I'm looking at 20 potential events that I have to look at in total, right? In order to assess what is going to happen in each turn. Now, on a per player basis, it's only like 5, so it's about the same kind of load as the event basis in EU. But these are all going to come up. In addition, I've got special things like this that are triggered in there. Are there special things in EU? They're mainly linked to the events. They really are. There usually aren't things like, oh, you have this special, thing that you can do that's only on this turn, but the rules don't tell you which turn that is. I don't know. All right. Well, we're going to plug this one in again. But yeah, I mean, this is the cost in terms of like mental burden, right, that this game is laying on me. And it just feels like it's not as big a game. It's not giving as broad a story as the original EU. EU Pop did, but I feel like this is approaching EU Pop in terms of the amount of crap that has to be held in head without like, and it's just got to do with these more modern design systems not being able to handle this amount of stuff without giving you a much, much larger overhead that has to be present all the time. A little bit later, it's supposed to rain today, so I can feel completely like it wasn't supposed to earlier, but now it's supposed to rain, so I feel much more happy about my decision to do nothing. Anyway, I started setting up the headline events and I do things in kind of a random order because it doesn't matter. But I forgot about the espionage event and had already picked the Portuguese, so I'm going to have to rewind their decision because I'm pretty sure the Muslims want to play this sucker. He gets to look at the entire hand and exchange. Nice. So this is kind of annoying. So he has to either play it for CP during their first impulse or as the backer for the headline event. Now it's a 4 CP card for headline, so that's kind of cool. Could have just used it for that, but instead I was able to A, look at the Portuguese hand and understand what they have, and take a big point card from them. They're mandatories. The Master of Siege might have been interesting, but lots of points is more interesting, I think. I stopped for a moment. Didn't have to, I don't know, didn't have to feel like I had to think too hard on the Spanish or Portuguese picks, given what was going on. The Muslims have a shitty card. Makes a great backer if I have another crappy card to play. I don't really want to play this. It would be useful, but the Portuguese don't have a lot of militia, so at least not in North Africa. So I made the decision, yeah, this is the crappiest thing I've got. But now I've got an interesting call. I could use the headline event, the Treaty of Barcelona. That'll give me 3 points if it fires off, so that at least there's that. That's about all I get out of it, which is what I would get anyway. Puts a low risk. If anybody else plays it too, which is fairly likely, I still get to go. But if they don't, I get last place choice. Another option would be to play a higher value card with that kind of, hey, I could, you know, I could risk that 2 being good. I'm going to roll a die. Only on a 6 will I do that. The reason I'm rolling a die is I already know the values for those cards. I'm not willing to take that risk. And by the way, what I know is that I would lose to those 2. So, you know. There's also in a conundrum, and I brought this up earlier. The Admiralty card looks like it would be really useful. Unfortunately, all my cards are high value, except for 2 mandatories in that. I'm going to play the useless mandatory. Gets me 3 points if it goes off, but it can't go off. So I'm just getting rid of a couple of crappy cards. I could put like a big backer or something in the hopes of getting the victory point, but that seems really not worth it. Especially since I go last in the fixed order of things, which means if anybody else wants that victory point, they're going to get it. If 2 people, I might be able to get the die roll, take admin hits or whatever to get the victory point, but spending a big 5-point card on a victory point, just, it's probably not a bad deal given the way things are going. But anyway, so we'll reveal. Oh, there was a 2 there. How about that? Turks could have, or the Muslims could have gotten away with it. They're not the Turks. Turks aren't in here. So a bunch of deuces. All right. Which means the Spaniards get the victory point. And I don't think they have it yet. And get to do their seat of an empire, which I wanted to do to put a bunch of troops down for the Castilians to set up for wiping out the Beltranejos. The Turks also got a headline event without having to pay anything, getting the Treaty of Barcelona off, that Aragon gains control of all spaces in Roussillon, which switched a victory point from the Roussillon marker. Took the +1 card away from the French. I don't think the Spanish get a +1 card. I have to check for that. And France and Spain are now at peace. That triggers the Treaty of Barcelona counter. I don't know if Maximilian played means anything, but I can take all these out of play. These 2 powers now go to peace according to 20.7. That's this. Okay. The treaty was signed by A or B. If Spain and France still control, well, first of all, we look at this. Okay. If France and Spain still control some of the other powers' home spaces, it returns them to their opponent. Calculate the number of fortifications, strategic spaces, and keys. Okay, home spaces. That does not include Otranto. That's a minor power space. So the only home space that either side controls is Ampurias. That's going to go to the Spaniards, but the French get the victory point for it. But Spain now owns it, so they also get the victory point for it. So this is kind of the benefit of this this solution. And this card is gone from the game. So we got out of the Spanish War without having to pay for it. Not the solution we wanted, but at least... Oh, this is this. Yeah, the only thing we lost was we would have had to extend something, an impulse to declare the peace, which, since we had a resource, we could do. Otherwise, this was the result we wanted to avoid, you know? So, too bad, but somehow the Muslims forced us into it. France's crappy 2-point card, which means they'll be going last, meant that we got a new pope, Alexander VI. However, that worked out well. We don't mind that at all. Left the Spaniards, went to the French. It actually, this is a fairly across-the-board neutral pope. Had a 1-point advantage for Spain and for the Muslims, or to go neutral. And Portugal already has a 1-point baked-in advantage. But France had the baked-in die, so they ended up getting it back. That's a couple victory points. What happens to... The French get a card. The Papal Bull is still in the Spanish hand, but the French just got an Emperor Maximilian. Not something I wanted to see, but it's better in my hands than anyone else's. I can control whether or not I go into Milan or Metz, and also I get the 3 CP for it. However, I've got very little to do except Milan and Metz, because Spain is no longer at war with France. If you're Christian allied with Muslim, keep papacy inactive. Move 2 influence markers. Yeah, so the French are going to get to play with the influence markers as well. France is able to burn the island people. It's pride, not the people themselves. Because they came in last, and they get another diplomatic move, which... We're just increasing our power over the Italians. We have just turned to Italy. What the hell does that mean? Damned if I know. Again, gotta remember all these things. Not necessarily everything about them, but enough about them to know that this just happened. So, we have not. I have to control... the 3 treaties, as well as, once the treaties are signed, I get a 2 victory point point. If I control Milan, Nice or Modena, I have Nice, and one of Florence, Venice, or Genoa, I actually have all except Florence. So Milan is now a highlighted position for me to move against. And that's going to probably be my goal for the turn. So that's headlines. And now we do the redeployments, first naval squadrons, and then troop deployments. naval squadron is allowed to be, the Spanish could go there. There's not much they can do by putting a fleet out here. The Portuguese could put a fleet out there, except they don't have one. What's up with these? Oh, these are guys I'm supposed to receive. This does not go there. It goes in the buildables. And I don't know what the hell to do with the Lion of the Seas. I'll put them here at Quetta, because if I was going to build boats, it would have been there. I just didn't notice them as I was removing all the pieces and moving them into place. Yeah, the Portuguese Navy is just gone, man. That sucks. Okay, so the Portuguese can't do the naval movement, so then we go to the troop deployments, and that's on a per-power basis. So is the naval, but there's no one who want to do anything except the Portuguese. The troop deployment side of things, you know, I'm just going to be running through each power. Some of it may be okay, but some of it, you know, like this, Al Zagal here, he could move this force into a position, well, at the very least that it's able to try to take Alhambra back. Deployments were pretty minor. We're running out of battery. As we head into the action phase, the Portuguese sent a force down here well, first the Muslims went. They put up here to counter, not the Lion of the Seas, but Joao there. Okay, great. The Portuguese sent Bragança down here to capture the remaining areas while Joao ties these up. I'm not at war with Spain anymore, am I? I mean, I've got the war at sea, that's it. I don't have any boats, so not much that's going to do. The Spaniards don't have a hell of a lot of boats either. They actually have they have a much larger navy. They have the largest navy, actually. Never mind. Ooh. Forgot about loaning. We would have loaned this. Just because the Nasrid boat is unusable on its own, basically. And the North Africans can do something with it. Okay. The Nasrids actually moved over here to get themselves ready to siege Alhambra, figuring Castile is going to go after the Beltranejos, which indeed they do. They don't have many troops. I didn't redeploy them. I'm set up to hit Toledo. But Ferdinand, now at peace, can come down here and put a threat to the Nasrids and start obtaining the Reconquista. And then for the French, Charles VIII is going to move towards Italy. Actually, I can go to a friendly space. I can go all the way up here to Genoa. Awesome. I have a huge army with 2 leaders, but a bigger army than I can carry if I include the Genoese forces. I have to leave like 2 units behind in Genoa. But this puts me as close, actually closer than Grenoble does to Milan. And once I take Milan, I get the Lord of Italy thing. That puts me to the action phase, and it will be the Muslim turn. After all the jiggling around for points, Portugal's still in the lead at 29, with France back at 27. Everything's tightened up a little bit, though. Which means, I don't know what, because like the Muslims gained some points through shady means, right? I don't know what shady means. I don't know what they got. Oh, the headline event maybe. I don't know. But they got them through sort of, you know, not because of their positioning. So the fact that they're so far back, if they can gain territory over the Portuguese, good things happen. The problem is they don't have a leader for down here. They only have 1 leader. They were counting on being able to march with just a small force and try to cover this, but now they're facing a leader. Spain, but as to the Muslims, the Nazirids are probably going to start suffering some defeats at this point, and some of their points are. Oh, I know where some of the Muslim points came from. It came from the Tlamecans or whatever. That sounds like something from Mesoamerica. France lost some ground by losing Roussillon. Definitely not pleased with that. And wow, I think this doesn't automatically affect. I thought the Roussillon one. No. It's if I got too many up to their full level. But now that I no longer have Roussillon, I can pump those all up to 5s without any problem, if I so desire. Yeah, the Italian wars have kind of come to a close, I guess, for now. We'll see what all happens. Should be kind of intriguing. French would really have liked Borgia, because he would have handed them all these spaces. And I think Milan too, actually. He would just sort of inherit Milan. Now he's got to fight his way for it. But as with the first time I played EU, and most games, the French shouldn't really be aware of the fact that, like, they have a shot at getting Milan through the Caesar Borgia card. That gives them tons of troops too, if I'm reading it right. Like, but only if the French have the card. How is it? Add this and 4 to any space you control in Italy. If played by France, France gains control of all independent. No, those without troops. Okay. And these would be militia. Yeah, kind of makes sense because they're going to be less reliable. The thing is, militia aren't really militia. Like, you think about militia, they're like the noble troops. But I guess they're less technologically advanced than the national troops. I guess. I don't know. To tell, because this is a weird period. The big advances haven't yet come. But gunpowder already exists. You know, it is being used. There are some handguns and whatnot. But this isn't really the heart of the arquebus period or whatever. So it feels a little odd that the quality of the regulars in combat is significantly better than the quality of the militia, I guess. I don't know. It just feels like it's like the militia being the noble levies. It feels kind of weird. And then when you're looking at the Borgia, the issue isn't so much, or any mercenaries, the issue isn't so much that, like, the troops aren't good quality, although maybe they weren't, but that they just might not fight very hard for whatever you're doing. Almost raid time, but you know, it's funny how fucking little, like, I get done at all, including in games and whatnot. And it's the internet. It's not, you know, I haven't been playing the games for all that much, but I got up at like 10 this morning. It's like 4 in the afternoon, or getting close to it. It's like 3:30. And I did a little bit of this, and everything else feels like just a waste, you know? And it's like, I just don't know. Some of it, I mean, I can multitask on certain things, but like playing Raid or whatever, I could be scrolling Facebook and like listening to vids at the same time or something. But for the most part, it's just like the entertainment value of all the videos out there and everything just draws me away from anything else. And it's not like I feel any compulsion to do that stuff or anything. It's just I don't feel any compulsion, or what I do feel the compulsion for, like coming up here and playing, I need to take little breaks between. And then I get sucked away for a half hour or whatever. Anyway, let's get to the Muslims and see what the hell they want to do. I'm up with a big card. The ruler falls ill is pretty limited as far as I'm concerned. Dropping admin rating to 0 and putting a -1 card on the ruler's player card. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're preparing to attack someone and you don't have much to do. So anyway, the Muslims moved here and here for sieges and built themselves a fortress here to help protect the line of communications. I don't know how guaranteed that is, but we did manage to not get intercepted. I'm really iffy on this siege. Like, I feel like I have to beat Joa, but I do have a good combat card to face him. And the Portuguese are sucked in. They decide to attack this. Conceivably, they can play for a siege here, be on the defensive. I don't know. You know, it would delay things, but I kind of want to get the battle over with. Well, the battle didn't go well because favorable terrain as the defender means the attacker only hits on 6s. And so he only got 2 hits, whereas we got 7 with a big cav charge. So now we're in place as the Muslims to sort of swing the situation in an ugly direction up here. And I don't know precisely what the Portuguese can do. They've got they could try to ship forces upward. I've got 2 more movements. Played this just for points. Don't really know what I want to do with it. Like, I'm not going to be big enough to face that. And I could take these, move down here. This is a bigger force, but I'm going to start losing land if that happens. So, I don't know. I did make the movement down there because I have all these resources. So I extended my action and built myself a whole shit ton of, that's the technical term, of militia in Quetta because it's my home key. So, and I'm preparing, to try to reverse the fortunes that I faced before. Technically, I should have had the advantage, but not with that card. And the cav charge kind of changed things as well. So I was actually a weaker force. Played the Crown of Aragon card for points, because I have a fair amount of troops right now. And marched through, captured this special control marker. Had to go look up the rules for that, as often, Again, there's a burden of the things you must remember, like remembering that there's a special circumstance when I take Nasrid spaces. That's enough for me to go look things up. I was much more worried about the amount of stuff that I have to remember. Obviously, look, I can't remember all the rules. I can't remember even things that are commonly used, like the combat die rolls. The amount of dice I have to look up, which 4s count, stuff like that. That's very painful because the common stuff shouldn't require lookups regularly. But maintaining all this other information in my head is more important, because if I forgot about this, I would just put a control marker and not realize. There's a special circumstance around this, which is that at the end of the turn, the Nasrid lose their home space capability for that, and it becomes regular control marker, and then even if they take it back right away, it just stays as a regular control marker. And yuck. I did a naval move to move my now He ended up sinking there, and while I was doing that, I moved some of my other boats out. That puts me on the Froggies. That was probably an iffy decision to go do the exploration, because I'm not getting a hell of a lot out of it. Other things I could have done, I could have moved here, start retaking the Canaries. It would cost me 2 to make that move. I could spend points to develop some of these marriages. Philip is going to be the Empire. Both of these will be the Empire. Only this one gets me England. It's going to be hard to kind of collate everything. I think the Alfonso marriage is unlikely to survive long enough to keep control of Portugal, but then I have the Manuel marriage that might go to Maria. It's like that one kind of happened automatically. I got it for free. We'll see if it survives, whatever. But yeah, developing marriages might be worthwhile. Developing the Canaries might be worthwhile. I don't know if trying to go for this cartography point was worth anything. But these other things didn't come to mind, right? Again, so much burden of stuff that I have to keep in mind, it's hard to make good strategic planning with regard to the victory points. I'm going to play the mandatory trade rivalry with England. The Spanish roll on the Mesta table. Okay. I'm not sure what they mean, because there's kind of 2 Mesta tables. One is labeled here as the Mesta trade table. The other thing would be, and it is the marker placement. I could flip to where the marker placement is. It's more of a rule than a table. This seems to be the only thing that really qualifies as a table. So I'm just saying, hey, look, whatever's going on with this card, it gives the Spanish a bonus. But the other bonus, I get 3 points of command point of CPs, but also the French get to steal a card at random from the Portuguese, which is cool. I want to do this early. And the 3 points I'm going to use to develop my Siege of Milan. Getting another funky card, the slave trade from the Portuguese. The Mesta was much better. Spain got 2 resource markers, both CPs, so they're going to have a big turn this turn. Again, so much randomness in this game, right? This isn't a bad card for France to play. I was getting a card out of it. I got my CPs, whatever. And I couldn't play it as a backing card, much as I would have liked to. I moved up to Milan. I outnumber the Milanese, but in a siege, I don't think I have enough. Like, 8 strength points is a lot to fight, and that's what's sitting there. It's late enough in the game because Maximilian came and everything. I don't think I'm going to take it, but we shall see. So France will likely be stymied. Let's go around again. Turn's a big one. I had to spend this card because all my cards are power aligned, except that and the spice trade that I don't want to play until and unless I get Tangier, right? Okay, and why do I need both powers? Because I have a siege set up in both. That's why I moved, with a both powers card before. First 3 points I did. First, the siege here, it was not successful. It didn't hurt me, but means I don't take Tangier. Even though there's only 1 troop in there, I only got like 3 dice to 2. Chances were I would succeed, but then I moved into Safi, and the Portuguese can't just withdraw, but they ended up getting beaten by my cav charge. They can't withdraw because they're trying to take all these spaces, right? And taking back control. That's 3 of my points. Now I'm going to go to the siege. That'll leave me with 2 points. Again, I'll be left in this position where I've got 2 points I don't know what to do with. That's life. And for the second half of this card, did the siege here. Miscalculated the siege of the first thing, rolled like 10 dice, I was only actually due 6 and got, you know, like 8 hits or something like that. And I'm like, oh, holy shit. And then I realized my mistake, recounted my dice, rolled again. I got like 3 hits and only took 1. So I'm well on my way, but the timing's just not cooperating with here. Oh, by the way, that battle here, I managed to capture Boganza, which the Portuguese probably will want back, so I'll get something out of that. I'll get a couple of things out of it in total. And then for the other points, one nice thing about being at war is it's easy to find a thing to do with your points. You can always build like a militia, which is what I did with one of my points. But the first point, I have 2 points actually, right? No. Okay. The first point that I used, I went exploring here and pulled my ships out with the thought of maybe doing piracy here, but the odds are so low against the Portuguese. They have so many fortresses that they're going to just shoot up my ships. And that's not good. But I wanted to do the exploration, see if I get the cartography. I would have done 2 spaces if I succeeded, whatever. Yeah, the now sunk and is over there. It's well past raid time at this point, but I'm going to try to push through. He's played their big overseas kingdom for the naval action. I thought about this, but 3 militia doesn't really help Joe. He needed 2, which I get from this, and a naval squadron. I don't get the land move, but I get something better, actually, in a way. So my now came on, sailed down to here. My fleet sailed out and then into Tangier, blocking any siege attempts until this guy goes in and attacks him. But it's going to provide more prevention to the Muslims doing anything. There was an interception attempt here, failed. There was a fair chance that it would succeed, but and that'll put me to Spaniards. You know, some CDGs I can sit back and report kind of what happened broadly, and maybe in my earlier videos I went into a lot less detail, both on narrative and other things. But so much happens off each card play in this that it feels like I do have to go into that detail. I don't know if I have to go into the same amount of detail of complaining constantly about the rules or mentioning how I have to keep looking shit up. But I do want to really hammer home that idea that, like, to play this, the best you can kind of hope for, I think, is to hold the existence of rules in your head. Rules that you will often have to look up. That's often the case with some of the, you know, EU. I had to hold a lot of rules in my head about things that, you know, I have to pay attention to when they come up as well. But I didn't tend to have to look them up every time. And in particular, I didn't have to look up the combat system every time or screw it up most of the time. The Spaniards are not happy with the cards they have in hand. This Aixa, Palace Intrigue, this would be the perfect card to play. I could do my siege, I could do my move, spend another point on something else. But if I manage, oh wait, if any Nasrid space is controlled by the Spanish player and the Nasrid kingdom is not surrendered, I get to look at the Muslim hand. Okay, yeah, this is the one I want to play. I do control a space. I didn't think I did. I thought I was in a position where I was going to have to play something I really didn't want to do. So this way, I can do the siege roll. I could conceivably move to siege Toledo. That seems like a good idea to start getting the Belhanetros down, or whatever they are. But I also get this this card roll. I mean, I'm trying to figure out my alternatives here. The problem is I don't have any small cards. This is a really powerful card, this Witchcraft. I don't want to just burn it on CP, although I might late. The Ambush, this might not be a bad choice to play, but it's only 2 CPs. That doesn't allow me to do much. My home card This is a, oh, this is a Spain card. I could use this in both directions, as I can with the Papal Bull. I kind of don't want to play the Caesar Borgia for just CPs either. Again, it's a nice card, man. I've got so many cards where I want to do the event, but I need to get these points out too. I stumble around with the unfamiliar situation of the resources. I can extend my turn with resources, but I have to be careful with how I do that, right? I already conducted a siege here. So that first card could conduct more sieges. I don't want to do that. I want to do movement with my resource chit, so I don't actually want to move this. I built some, I got some militia off the card here. I don't know what I want to do with that 1 point. Like, this is the problem. I've got an extra point I don't fucking know what to do with. Right? What about marriages? Promote marriage bonds. That gets me a 1 CP. Asturias. Oh, both of these can die. All right, let's put these two there. That'll be my 1 CP card, right? So that's the second CP of this. I drew a resource, that's the 2 militia. Now, I'm going to play a resource, but I have tons of them. And I can't do marriage without paying extra. And I can't do siege without paying extra. But I can do movement with all my forces from this. Which means, let's count up how many I want to use, because I have 2, 3, or 4 that I can use here. So I want to use 1 to go here, 1 to go there. Oh, I had the bonus siege artillery, which helped as well. Oh, are these? Yeah, I don't know. There are no squares with this kind of relationship, but maybe keys don't have that. Oh, and what else have I done? I get to look at the Muslim hand of cards before I extend. Okay, well, I know about everything except the spice trade. Great. And I don't know, I think the Muslims only get to use 2 of those cards. 2 of their home cards. Again, something I can't quite remember, you know, because it's different between each player. Really, there should be something clear on the card or something. So yeah, I used that 1 point. Now I have to count again. 1 to get here. 1 to get there. That's 2. I could just use a 2 and move my stuff. I could use a 4 and position myself for another siege, which is, I think, what I want to do. I think I want to get the Canaries. I want to move here. I don't know if he has an interception capability there. And I wanted to move these here, but I may take those with me. So after some rules lookup, I could indeed intercept, but the risk is I couldn't retreat if I lose. So I'm not going to take it. Because I must retreat back into the space I came from, and I cannot retreat into a space containing enemy units, even if I, like, you know, am covering the siege or something. I was thinking about, what if I leave a unit behind or something? Does that give me anything? It doesn't give any protection. So yeah, I gotta let the Aragonese into there. I think that was the end of the card. Let's do the French card, and then we're done. Okay, so the French do a tricky thing. They play the slave trade card, because there's not a lot they want to do. Like, I can find usage for points, there's no question of that, but there's not a lot I particularly want to do right now. So, but I want to do this siege, which only costs 1. So I rolled a die, and I got the shitty version of it, which is take 2 CP of actions or a resource directly to your player card. Well, I take a resource to my card instead. I get a card, which is pretty bonus, better than a resource. Resistance of Beltranejos. Play if they have surrendered. Convert the space 2e into a space. Now add 1 Beltranejos regular. Yeah. Well, it's another 3-point card, you know. Do I want to extend? I think my resources pretty decent. It's 4 command points. Again, especially since I have the Maximilian card in my hand, I have no real desire to be you know, there's a lot of advantage to me maintaining cards and capabilities that I hold till later. Things could go against me doing that, but in general, that's what I aim to do, is to not play all my stuff early. I just believe it keeps things more flexible. All right, that's it for now. Don't know when I'll be back up. I certainly have a couple of hours of raid that I just have to do. And then, like, I can let it play itself for some stuff, but otherwise, I don't know. And this stupid thing's just not charging. Let me swap batteries. Because while I was playing my daily raid and making dinner, I'm not really hungry enough, but I like to eat. A viewer pointed out, and I noticed, well, I noticed that a viewer pointed out that the Nasrid Kingdom has slightly different surrender conditions than most of the other powers, well, than the Catalonians and the Beltranejos. The Spanish player controlling all 3 keys counts, but all they actually have to control is Granada and 1 other key. And I'm actually sieging Granada right now, and I have 1 other key. So I'm close, right? It's just something for the 2 powers, or the 2 players, to keep in mind in terms of how important this is. Now, surrender happens back in the victory conditions phase, so it's possible to regain things in the interim. Another relatively, well, very regular viewer of mine pointed out, is that the cards aren't as armored as the ones were in Virgin Queen. That may be. It may be. I'm still having a lot of difficulty with them, but there may be a little bit more flex to them. It is minimal, though. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely not what I like. What I like is sort of the cheap end of what GMT does in terms of cards. For what they've done. And most other companies do not produce anything this inflexible. But he expressed that he had no problem with these at all, whereas he's had problems with some of the others. For me, these are just still too stiff, and I think they're likely to chip and whatnot. I haven't seen it one yet on this particular deck. And also, the deck is so big, you know. But, you know, I mean, I've got arthritis and shit in my hands. It is not trivial for me to shuffle anything that's very stiff. Up here on Wednesday, early afternoon, I let myself go back to sleep several times because I was enjoying unpleasant dreams. Really. And raid is being really demanding at this point. It just entered one of those phases where a lot of shit is going to hit the fan at once. I've got it playing itself right now, but I want to get a little bit of this done. It's pretty enough out that I really need to go shopping today. Although it's a little later than maybe I thought it would be. Let's get some more cards played. Just rechecking the home cards thing, because the Muslim have a problem. And as far as I can tell, they are indeed covered by the standard rules for home cards. Spain is not. Portugal may not be. You see why it's hard to remember this game, right? But I only have 2 cards that I can play that allow me So I have this spice trade, and I have to play this. And if I control Agadir and Tangier, I get a bonus victory point, and I get to give a card away. I also get some command points at that point. But I have to use them after the event is triggered. So what do I need to do? I need to win this siege. I can't play this card. This card can only move Nazrid units. I could play either of these. And then the question comes down to which one do I want to use for the siege and other stuff, and which one maybe do I want for an event, because point-wise they're the same. So this gives me a Cav, a regular, and 2 militia, and some diplomacy play. This won't help, unless I wanted to declare war. This gives me 2 regulars or 3 militia, which is less, but I get a resource. Now that resource could be important, and I am allowed to look at it. It is a 2 CP resource. So that's of some interest to play as an event. That would give me, I could extend, get the resources for the siege. I would love to do the naval action with this card. But I think my best choice is to do the build the troops and suck the resource in and extend. Oh fuck, I forgot about everything. And I've done it too far along for the resources. I forgot I had a fucking boat here. I can't siege it. I have to attack that boat, which means I need to take 2 naval moves. This means I'm going to have to burn the Sultanate of Fez and lose the Alhambra card in order to do this, which is really problematic because I'm about to lose the Nazirids. Fuck! And, I mean, I could undo what I did. Let me think if there's anything I can do. Instead of building these troops and taking a card, I can get the points I need. Let's throw this back in. Okay. So I built myself troops I really would have liked over, because this protects my siege if I need it. But instead, what I need to do is I need to spend 1, 2 to attack that, 3 to siege the location, and then I end up with a couple extra points from one of these cards. Well, I think this is my least useful card still. So let's undo, and I've already pulled, oh, where'd my 2-point resource go? I threw the 2-point resource away? No. Yeah, the 2-point resource, I had to get through the card. Right. Yeah. Oh, well. Chances are I'm not going to be able to play either of the, well, if things go well for me, either of the North African cards, because I have to do this other thing. But you know what? Fuck. I'm just in such a bad situation, because the Portuguese can lay siege to this and cause problems to me. They chose to attack last time, but laying siege to this fortress would cause me equally, of course, then I could intercept, but then the siege is broken unless I leave units behind, whatever. But I also can't let Ferdinand take this. And that's very likely. Let me think about this. He took Alhambra with the 1 point. Now, that should have actually been a flagged space, I think. I don't know. It would have unflipped. It would have unflipped. So this is not even a home space for me anymore. So I get one of these at Alhambra to indicate that I can't actually build troops there. That's of some importance. I've spent 1 point for the siege. It was successful. Now if I want to fight Ferdinand, I could just march in, but my situation isn't necessarily very good. For 1 point, I could move this, which is an infantry. And by the way, every battle, I'm carefully trying to parse the pieces to fucking see if it's a cav or not. The imagery on these counters is really difficult for me to discern. Compare this to another game from a much earlier era, right? Britannia, which had no problem. You could see what was cav. You could see what was, anything special. Okay. Of course, they have the militia in here, so they have like multiple types with one player. But this is a cav, and it just looks like a dude to me from any distance. My chances of hitting Ferdinand are pretty crappy. So what I have to do is compare a movement of 1, 2, building units here to 1, 2. Actually, I could build up to 3 units here and move in. Problems with all that is command range, but he has an extra leader with Bombadil with him. Okay, Boabil, whatever. Which means that I can actually build myself all the way up and get myself to just 1 movement for moving in. So I need 1 move to move into there, 1 move to move into there first, which means I can build 2 points of units, and I want them to be militia. I hear like music. Okay, that's not for me. The FedEx truck is playing its song. It's kind of like an ice cream truck, only different. Before we get to the battle, there's like an Alhambra counter, right? I thought there was. I thought there was a point counter. There's this thing, but this is just to remind me that the thing got played. Okay. Unless he has it, in which case it's in the right place. Fine, whatever. I don't know. He has an Alhambra counter, but that's not a location counter. That's like points that he got from something or another that I can't even recall. It was a massive battle. Both sides charged their cav. The Muslims won. But again, just pointing out, the amount of dice this game gives you is nowhere near sufficient. It's, pretty much on Titan levels. Titan gave you 4 dice. Well, okay. It's not on Titan levels. But Titan gave you 4 dice, and, you have pieces that you have to roll 18 dice for, right? And possibly more. Is there anything? I don't know. But, in the worst case circumstances in Titan, I've had to roll up to like 40 dice in 1 die roll. Or could justify rolling 40 dice in 1 die roll when I use my pith helmet for that. Anyway, this is the effect is that we've pushed them back. We have no points left, so our turn is done unless we could extend it, which I don't think we can. And that'll put me to the Portuguese. And figuring that all out, And now I've kind of given this up. Portugal can screw me, right? Can I do something about it? Yes, I might be able, like, again, I don't know screening of fortresses. How am I allowed to trace LOC? So now I'm going to have to look up that rule because I'm in this special case, and this is the thing with bubble maps more than anything else. I'm in a special case where I've got a besieging force, and I'm pretty sure there was no rule about screening, you know, which is what I would expect. In a hex-based game, I would hear things about screening, you know, a fortress. I would hear it in a more detailed military bubble map as well, perhaps. But in this game, there's nothing about that uses that terminology. I know that in my memory. But I don't know whether or not the rules support screening the fortress and allowing me to trace supply through there. If the Portuguese grab this. So again, time for major lookups. Just about every card play, well, now, about one card play around, I have to do a major lookup. And these are lookups that are not going to stick unless I focused myself and became absolutely devoted to this game, or maybe to the series, right? And played nothing else except for the Here I Stand series of games. I would find myself, anytime I play, having to make all these lookups in this one. I didn't feel like I had that much trouble with Here I Stand, although the bubble map, interceptions, you know, things like screening and stuff, because that's different in every bubble map game. To be fair, in every area movement game as well. But there are so many of these now, is I guess the real issue. There were never that many area movement games that were, you know, at least not on my watch. There were a lot of them that didn't go into much detail. There were never that many that went into a lot of military detail. Empires in Arms, Europa Universalis, I bring those suckers up because they're the games that, like this, went into a fair amount of detail in the area movement area for combat. Most of the games were more like a Britannia type game, especially if they were using buckets of dice, you know, or you know, something where you didn't really have to worry about sieges and all that in an area control game. Thinking things like Warlords, where the movement was fairly simple because there weren't a lot of sort of semi-resolved situations. Actually kind of a perfect card play because not only did it show, or maybe led into, but it showed a lot of, hey, I got to look up rules and figure out how things interact. But it also showed I have to agonize over being able to play the right card at the right time kind of issues, and the fact that because of the specifics of this game and the multi-powered nature and whatever, I'm not able to play a card, you know. First of all, a traditional game would just allow me to do the sieges that I wanted to do, right? So this is more the pulsing type thing, where I'm only allowed to move one piece that CDGs kind of have. Here I'm only allowed to do something with one nation. Here I Stand kind of avoided this by allowing you to move all your pieces limited by the points. But this one adds another barrier into there where, you know, I was unable to conduct this siege and that siege. And I kind of needed to do something with both of them. And, you know, just having to read all the cards again and try to fit their special rules into the interactions and everything. Just the amount of shit that you have to do to get to the narration of the game itself, right? I just feel like the amount of detail that this particular game, and that where the Here I Stand series went after the first game, and games that are derived from it, that aren't, you know, Ed Beach games, is just too heavy right? It's just putting too much of a requirement. I'm not seeing the narrative because I'm fighting too hard to try to do the things. Once I discern what I want to do, then I spend 9 times as much effort figuring out if I can do it with the cards and whatnot, and discerning what I can do, and then enacting it and seeing if it happens. For me, that's the narrative of a game. Like, I should be spending my time looking, saying, what do I want to do, and then try to do it. A similar but very different kind of problem came to me in Vietnam, which is a game I respect a lot more than I enjoy playing. Because in that game, figuring out what I broadly want to do is probably pretty easy. Figuring out the actual piece that I want to move became a problem similar to discerning these cards, because there was just so much board information to deal with and so many different options and choices. Late in the turn, it became easier. Just like when the cards run out, it starts getting easier. He's being kind of stymied in their exploration, wanting to take advantage of this fortress situation. Oh shit, I still don't know the answer to that rule. I went off on my rant and I forgot to go look something up. Yeah, this is fucking killing me. The kind of communication problem is complicated. The simple answer, if I move into that fortress, I cut his line of communication, period, the end. He could not cover it with this, but, forgot, I can communicate over sea. And if I attack this, which I need to do to get the siege underway, I'll have a fleet that survived, if I successfully attack it, that survived sitting in the Gulf of Cadiz, which will allow me to trace supplies over sea to a location. This gets really complicated. Must connect through friendly controlled port, except the space where the path ends, which can be a non-friendly port. That'll be the siege space itself. But I've got no sources of supply that I'm aware of here. So now I have to look again. All spaces on the path, except the space where the path ends, must be friendly controlled. Well, friendly controlled is Gibraltar. I can trace my supplies through Gibraltar, which I don't own, but the Nazarids do, and I'm allied with them, so they're friendly. So taking that fortress doesn't actually do me what I wanted it to do. My fleet is fine where it is. It is providing some protection, but the fortress is not going to do anything for me, so I don't actually have to worry about that. So the Muslims made the right choice. I think I'll still play the card I was going to play, but I may do something different with it. The reason, and I may not do it now, although there's good reason to do it now, this card allows me to sweep up a couple of resources. Choose any resource from a settlement you control and move directly to your player card. Then select 2 ocean zones where you have settlements. Randomly choose a resource from among those settlements to these 2 zones and move it directly to your player card. Fill the settlements back up with resources. Take 3 CP of action. That's a really good card for the situation I'm in. I could use this otherwise to, do some exploration type stuff with a Naus, but there's nothing I can do yet. Overseas exploration isn't open. So, I mean, I could try to get the cartography for the space I don't have. Now, these have letters on them, but I'm not seeing them. Oh, they have numbers on them, 2 and 3. Yeah, I haven't explored this yet. So there's a victory point I could get there, but it feels to me like getting these resources and getting some CPs is the better move. And I'm sure my raid is done at this point, but I'll finish up the Portuguese turn before I break. One of the difficult things, and I'm going to have to pay attention to this, in terms of the places I choose from. So for example, I have the best amount of choice from this place where I have 3 settlements, but yeah, it's almost necessary. So like I'll automatically get this, and I'll get one of these 2. But I gotta be careful not to get too many that have CPs. If I flip this over, I already have a big CP one. I have this card which I can extend in 2 more. If I end up with more than 3 CPs in there, which would only happen if I picked CPs from each of them, I will end up having to discard resources. I can kind of fix that by drawing a card one, giving me another impulse, and I get Lorenzo. It's not turn 1 or turn 2, so I forget that. I could play with Florence. I'm more likely to want the CPs. I'm not really that interested in Italy. Importantly, I refill these. And now I got 3 CPs. I built myself a cav, which only costs 2, right? Right? No, cav is 3. Fuck. I thought artillery was 3. Is it different for different players? Yeah, it's 2 for Nazareth. Fuck. I really would have liked a cavalry. Well, that's fine. I build myself a cav, which fills out my army. This card is done, but now I can extend it. And now I've got to do the balancing act. You know, do I want 2 extra CP at the end of this card or 4 extra CP? I haven't done any movement yet. I can't build troops with the extra points. 2 extra allows me to build a Naus, which is probably not a bad choice. So I don't know. The point is, I'm going to launch an attack into there, try to relieve the siege directly. One of the reasons I want to withhold my decision on that until the battle, which I did. I didn't build the Naus. Those 2 extra points. Well, now that I know that I was defeated, again, a lot of dice, a lot of luck in this. I had more dice, but there were no cards or anything to interfere with it. You know, when you're playing big buckets of dice games and you have close numbers, you can't tell who's going to win, right? Which feels about right. But now I can start rebuilding my army. Now I have an alternative. I have this weird card. But I can't keep moving because I was beaten in a battle. I have this Master of Siege Artillery, which allows an immediate assault to take place. In which case, I could have moved into here and assaulted it immediately and then continued on, which would have put maybe some more difficulties on the Muslims, because they would have to get the sea transit, but they're going to get that before they get the siege. But what I did do was enough damage that all he has left is a couple of cav to siege with. And he can downgrade them to infantry. But this siege is beginning to look more and more expensive and difficult to do. Didn't I fucking play a card for him? No, now I'm unhappy. I guess I played the slave trade card, huh? Yeah, I guess I played the slave trade card. I don't know. I thought I was in a position where I had to play one of these 2. Oh no, I played the Alhambra card because I dealt with the Nazareths. Okay. I'm getting so lost thinking I'm cheating or screwing something up because there's just too much going on. Like, too much to keep balanced. Anyway, I've got 2 more points to deal with for Joao, and I think I want to build up some militia in Quetta again. It is Thursday already. Yesterday I did manage to go shopping. It was pretty. It was a nice day to do it. Probably the best of the week. So there's that, and I've got some laundry running. So some good things that I'm actually doing. We're on the Spanish turn. weren't able to make it through the entire cycle last time. Got to kind of, reacquaint myself with what the hell people are doing, but that's one of the costs of walking away. And it may create a little bit of schizophrenia in terms of actions, which frustrates the hell out of me, but is probably actually more realistic than like devoting yourself towards a goal. Although the game probably bakes that kind of institutional insanity into into giving you too few points to really do all the stuff you're doing. Again, different philosophy from EU. In EU, you can't do everything you want to do, but you can do lots of different things, and there's like different price points. So like, for a limited amount of money, you can do a reasonable amount of field campaigns. If you really want to boost it up, it gets really expensive. And otherwise, it's like, well, how many troops do I need? I want to fill out my armies. How many development type things am I doing, like settlements and all that. Anyway, familiarizing myself with the situation, I have Ferdinand, who has basically nothing left. A couple of cannons. And El Segal, he's beaten up a little bit, but is in pretty good shape. So I'm in trouble down there. I may need to do something about that. Don't know what. Different options are available. Now this is a Spain home card. I can use this towards either of the nations. Otherwise, my cards are all good for anyone. Witchcraft, a very powerful, interesting card that I probably have to remember that I have. I don't think anybody's played an event that really fucked me up, though. I also have the Papal Bull. I can't do anything exciting with this. I can't, like, screw with a hand of anybody I'm at war with. So I'll probably be using this for points. Another thing, the reason I picked up the camera, though, is that I have 3 of these. And if I want to hold 2 cards for whatever reason, I need to be playing those at this point. I've got them face up, I don't know. It's just easier, and it's not like other people are going to look and see the points. So point-wise, what do I need to do? I'd like to siege this for 1. I'd like to recover stuff here. Now, this is not a home space. Cartagena is. So it would cost me 2 to get any troops over. And I could only get 4 over unless I had a leader with those troops. Cartagena is actually a Castilian home space, but that's okay because Ferdinand can command a combined force. Things don't look good for me, though, to be honest, down there. So I may want to give up on the Nasrid goal and fall back. I can't use naval transport because of that. Although it wouldn't really be cheaper. I don't know. So like I said, I need 1 for this. It would be kind of cool to take another key. This is not one of their keys. That is. So it would cost me 1, 2, 3 to get to a siege there. That I couldn't fire off right away. I'm just trying to figure out how many points I need. I hate giving up Elmira here. I thought that was a Portuguese. Elmira I thought was Portuguese. This is Almeria. I don't know if it's any different. Yeah, it's really hard balancing the points. I'll come back after I do it. I can't really do it on camera in real time. but I'll probably fuck it up anyway. Though, you have to pay attention also to the pulsing of the points, right? So if I'm going to do a siege on one of these cards, and I'm going to do movement with that card, that's going to make this really useless. That 2 points can get me there as long as I don't move any other units. But if I move other units, that 2 points isn't going to get me there. Ouch. Alternatively, I could do the siege and the 2 points. Yeah, I'm ending up giving you all the thinking, but it's because it's like convoluted. If I do the siege and the 2 points of movement, now I'm 3 points off my card, which means I could spend 3 points, including movement here. I might end up with an extra point of movement because I don't want to build troops with these cards, or an extra point that's not going to be troop building because I'll want to build troops for Ferdinand somewhere. Interesting option I'm not going to take is I could play the Papal Bull for the Crusade. That would give me 4 CP of action, which probably isn't enough. I feel like I need 5. But I could pull the mandatory event, not that one. The mandatory event here that allows me to get more points from the Mesta table. Now, this would not help Portugal or France because they're not the ones playing the card. Which would extend my turn, right? Because, right? No, not the Papal Bull. No, I could play the Tanto Monta, which allows me to pull a card from the discard pile, and I could play or hold it, which means I could just use that. So I could kind of fiddle with my timing and be able to get resources into play in a better shape. I don't think I'm going to do that because I need to get away from him as well as conduct the siege. But there's something kind of interesting about being able to fiddle with that. Plus, so what's really interesting there is I would get more resources as well. So it might actually not be that bad a move. It certainly wouldn't be if Ferdinand wasn't in danger. But let's say I siege and move Ferdinand. Yeah, now I'm doing all the thinking. If I siege and move Ferdinand, right, then what do I get? That would be a 3-point card to be played. Move Ferdinand back to Cartagena. My card doesn't play me anything. I pull that other card here. I can then play that card and maybe get a couple more resources, and I could actually extend the length of my turn by fiddling with that mandatory event and rolling it again. Now the Mesta table may not work though. I think I'm at +3 on it because I can get where are they from here? I can get to this one, I can get to that one, and I can get to one of these two. +3, chances are I just get 1 resource, and I might get nothing. And if I get nothing, I actually lose points. And if I get 1, I'm probably breaking about even. So not a great move, I guess. Now, there go all my plans. I played the Papal Bull, spent the first point on the siege. I didn't know how many troops there were facing me. I had like 4 enemies there, which was enough. I'm not looking at the rolls. I think I'm right that they only get 1 of their 2 4s for this. But yeah, I ended up doing 2 hits to 4. I'm not in a really good position to finish the siege off even now. I may not be able to get it, have a good force at the end of the turn. Anyway, now I got to figure out what to do with the other 5 points, plus whatever I build there. Put the bull in sort of the discard pile. I used one of the extra points for a siege here, which is successful. I was only facing one unit stuck in place and got a decent roll. Don't want to move Ferdinand, so I spend the other 4 building my replacements here. Now, I'm going to spend a 2 command point then to run him back. And since I don't have any infantry with me, I'm not going to leave a garrison here at Elmira, which means that's almost certainly going to fall. And then, yeah, I could have used the 3 command point thing to move another space. No real reason to do that, I think. It's hard to tell, you know. But I feel like, you know, I'm really under pressure here. It felt like the Spaniards were doing well, and now the Muslims have kind of turned the tide on everyone, both the Portuguese and the Spanish. After the French turn, I realized I fucked up on the last French turn. When they moved into Milan, that should have triggered a battle. I thought it was just a siege, but because Maximilian reinforced Milan, there are more troops there. So I'm going to handle that battle and then figure out what their turn is. I kind of know what they want to do if they have a siege, but I'm like, yeah, you can't siege that many troops. They'd be getting like 9 dice, or 9 dice versus half of whatever the force that I brought. That would be almost inconceivably bad. That I also brought an extra Genoese troop that I couldn't command with me. I got a big force here. A big enough force that I had to go back and grab a couple more dice of the red variety. I got more white dice, but I like to use red for attacker, but actually chances are the attacker has more dice. But this is probably about the limit of what you're going to see with dice. There's a big cav charge going on and whatnot. None of this really is impactful because France is not engaged with anyone, and no one would take advantage of their situation. They're the ones holding the Maximilian card, blah, blah, blah. Results were relatively even. I did 5, the defenders did 5, the attackers did 6, which means the French get to keep the siege going, get to actually make the siege. And now it's a much more feasible siege, although I have a lot of cav I might want to convert, but I have a lot of forces still. And spending the 1 CP, I'm using the Italian Renaissance, give me more victory points, all kind of cool shit, right? I succeed in the siege, got a big enough force, could have taken Metz, whatever. Milan is more important to me at this moment, so that's where I focused. We're going to see some interesting stuff happening. I swear to you, man, I swear to you. And that gets me the Milan marker, the point for the key, so I'm up there at 2. But I went to look at, hey, what does the France turns towards Italy go to? I got to get to get the points for Lord of Italy, I got to get 1 more city out of there's 8. Naples, Rome, those are out of reach. Ravenna, out of reach, unless I go to war with Spain again. Milan just got. Genoa, Venice, that's 3. Florence I don't have, and Otranto is 4. I get 1 more. Well, what's that 1 more? That 1 more is Florence. Seems like a goal, because I will get that every turn during victory determination, if I'm able to maintain that. I can go to war with Florence. I don't know what it costs me. It'll cost me 2 CPs. I can go to war with them in the midst of an action. I don't have to do that during the declare war phase, I think. I'm not positive about this shit. You know, this is all interrupting. I just spent a 1 point off this card. I have another point off this card. It's 2 CPs. And then, by the way I'm ruling it, I could spend my extension. I probably don't want to. But then I draw another card and play another card from my hand for another full impulse. Then I get to play with those, get my extra victory point off that card. You know, so like playing a single card, this may be an extreme example, but playing a single card can cause a whole shitload of stuff to happen. And then, like, the rules lookups are happening in the midst of this, you know. In addition to never being absolutely certain if I'm getting the combat right, if I don't flip back and look. I don't remember if I did on this one, you know, but I'm always in that. I know I had to flip back for the field combat to look up to make sure it's only one cav that gets wasted, like that gets killed right off by a cav charge, and that is indeed the case. So having a lot of cav is really powerful because you get a lot of extra dice. Well, I may have given myself one too many, actually. Again, like I think they're double. Like the first one's doubled, but then they're like 1.5 or fuck. I'm not gonna go back and fix it, but extra die for the first, and then one extra die for every 2 full. I think I took it because I had 4. I think I took 4 extra dice when I should have only taken 3. Just screw it, you know. Remembering all these little special cases, even in the core system, right? So, like, I don't mind if the core system has a lot of complexity to it, but this is just like special cases in a fucking buckets of dice game, which feels very, very different from like the pattern of complexity that the core of, say, something like EU, which focuses a lot more on the military. The core of it is more complex. Let's say you're doing a battle in it. You have to write down the numbers of troops that you have. Now they're kind of written down already. You have to figure out your morale. Then you roll and you take hits on the morale. It's just like Empires in Arms in that. It's a much more detailed exploration of the combat. But none of it feels like special cases. It's, you know, I guess there are maybe a couple of really weird special cases. I'm trying to think what, like Pashas, how they get eliminated and stuff like that, you know, because they have like an intrinsic strength with them. That's just one example of it. But yeah, and once you're in a particular era, and this game would all be within one era, the combat's all pretty much the same. And you're just looking at it and saying, that's how this works, you know? But here I find myself either fucking up, I find myself looking up in every combat, or fucking up, or, in the case of the last one, doing both. Wonderful batteries. But I have this vague hope of, like, you know, finishing this turn before I have to go dancing tomorrow night. In and of itself, that would be no problem, right? But I've got Raid, I've got my other computer, like, gotcha game that I gotta play, which is much less intrusive. I can kind of say, I can't say completely fuck it, but it can take me like an hour a day, right? Which is not bad. And that's what I'm used to these things being like. Like, I have the capacity to spend almost no time, well, an hour a day, or I could spend a couple hours a day, but no more than that, really. Whereas Raid right now is being very demanding, and yeah, it's done with whatever it was doing automatically, and I can't go down and deal with it because I'm trying to deal with this. And very soon, I have to devote a lot of time to Raid. The main declaration of war segment is in the, I don't know, spring phase, diplomacy phase. It's this war segment. That's when you declare war on majors. I thought you could declare war on minors elsewhere. And there's times when declarations of war can happen in action phase and headlines spelled out here, one of which is activation of a minor power. And then I look through the restrictions, and this doesn't, these only play during of the diplomacy phase. There are several declarations, some of them, okay, so one set of them is only during the diplomacy phase. One is at all times. It's not clear here. And unfortunately, so the game has a pretty good table of contents where I can look up the diplomacy phase and find the declaration of war under 9.4. But I don't see it in the action phase. But I think I'll have to go down here and check the activation in minors and independence. What I would like is also an index. Oh, fuck. This pipe is spilling. Where I can look up declaration of war on minors. You know, this book is big enough that it should have a decent index in it as well as a table of contents. You know, when you're looking at like a 16-page SPI rule set, which feel like as complicated a game as this is, just with a lot less special case stuff. In fact, a lot of them feel like they're more complicated and cover things in more detail. It just feels so weird. Now, granted, the typeface is smaller and there's like 3 columns per page, so they're like 50% more rules. So it's more like the 24-page GMT rule books in terms of actual size. But it's like, they just feel like they're doing a more detailed game than this is. You know, I'm here using buckets of dice and a bubble map and generic combat counters and all kind of stuff like that. How much information can there be in this game, right? You'd be surprised. Yeah, so now I'm going to go look something else up. Trying constantly to keep a bookmark to the rule that sent me on this goose chase. A fair scan, I can't find anything. There's declarations of war here, but that is if you're already at war with the minor and it activates in somebody else's favor, then you have like options to declare war on the major power, or have to leave the minor and you'll no longer be at war with it because the minors don't have independent diplomacy on their own. Trying to make sure that I don't have any wars in place that say that. What the fuck was I looking for here? I thought I found something. These minors with specific roles. So, now here's what's weird. A Christian power who is not currently allied with the papacy, very specific, right, can declare war during the action phase by paying the cost of one random card draw from their hand. This does not trigger a diplomatic status check for the papacy. Okay. Very interesting. Does that help me with anything else? Like, it seems odd that the papacy is the only minor that I could declare war with during the phase, but I had found something that had convinced me that I couldn't. Okay, here we go. A minor's diplomatic status is evaluated based on either an event card play or a declaration of war. See 9.4. 9.4, can't keep that page, but I couldn't find anything there. But I'll look some more because I swear that I was under this impression. 9.4 is this. Third segment of the diplomacy phase. I haven't been able to find anything that allows me to declare war on minors. A declaration of war... Yeah, if I declare war on a minor, I can no longer have any influence on them. Wait, we got something here. Pay the cost of declaration of war. The cost can be found. If the player has declared war on a single major or minor power, only the higher cost, if any, must be made. Oh, more than one power of the same player goes for it. This power must play one or more cards from his hand with a CP value. Cards are resources greater than, equal to, or greater than the total CP. Those cards and resources are placed in the proper discard pile as if they played. Home cards and mandatory may not be used to declare war. Wait, I swear I saw something about in the action phase when I was looking through this. Like, I was reading, Jesus. Okay, I got to keep looking because I swear I saw it, but now it's not there. Now maybe I saw Alcasovas and read it as action or something. I don't see anything else that's leaping out that's at all close. Here we go. Those cards and resources are placed in the proper discard pile as if they had been paid for CP in the action phase. Yeah, so I think for whatever reason you can declare war on the papacy. Now, I can't actually declare war on the papacy because it's aligned. Wow, that's really fucked up. The papacy is almost always aligned. There is an exception, but I can't declare war on the papacy because it's aligned with Spain. But there's like special rules here. Now, it may be inactive. If the Muslims win it, it's inactive. A Christian power is not currently allied with the papacy can declare war on the action phase by paying the cost of one rand. This does not trigger a diplomatic status check. Oop! Well, I've been misplaying this. Declaring war on a major power that controls the papacy does not imply declaring war on the papacy. Its allied or war status with Christian powers is always tracked independently. Yeah, well... So, I was playing... What is it? Papal Bull? Discard a card from a Christian player hand if he is allied with the Muslim player or is at war with the papacy. I was playing that against the Spaniards because I thought that minors always have the same diplomacy as their major. Now again, the papacy is a special case that takes up 2 whole pages of rules. I mean, it's just fucking impossible to remember all the special cases. And again, the best I can do is remember a lot of them, that they exist and not what all their impacts are, and go chase them down. So I think that means I can go to war with the papacy and not be at war. Okay, so what's even weirder, well, no. Yeah, so I don't know. Activation of the papacy. That's the rolling. If I declare war on the papacy alone, does not trigger a diplomatic status check, I don't think it puts me to war with Spain at all. Which, of course, could be my answer. I just have no... Plus, why is Ancona... Oh, wait, the papacy is French. Well, that means I'm sitting on... Good God. That means I'm sitting on more cities. So let's count it differently. Naples, no. Rome, Ravenna, Milan, Genoa, Venice, Otranto gets me to 6. That'll get me 2 victory points. So I don't have to go to war with Florence, which is what I'm trying to figure out, if I could do. But would I want to? Well, no, because that's only a 7th of them. I would still have to get Naples, which I definitely can't go to war with at this point. Yeah, I forgot France regained the papacy. Again, I see this yellow of Naples that's close to the Papal States, and it kind of looks like, when I think of the Papal States, I think of something kind of, I don't know, the shape being not really reflected by the bubble map very well. But because there's no borders in this game or anything. They would just confuse things, I guess, in terms of the representation, but they would help me see what's going on in a way that these rivers do not, because they're meaningless, right? But like I could see borders being kind of meaninglessly there, or color shadings or something like that, like some other games use, including, I think, Here I Stand. But again, it's been so long since I played it. I thought there were, maybe it was just all in the bubbles. Yeah. So now I've gone down this whole rabbit hole to spend the second CP of this card. And I still have no idea what I want to do with it. But that's okay. I can boost one of those things and then drop it down. Good God. Okay, so that's what I did. I moved one of those. This card's still not done. I draw a card from the deck. And this card stays in play after whatever I draw, or whatever I play as my second impulse, and then comes back into effect to let me fiddle with stuff. I get this interesting card, Vasco da Gama arrives in India. Playable if Portugal has now on the exploration map, or built now box. I'm sure they do. Portugal moves a now to zone 5 and follows 16.7. Now, this is weird because the overseas exploration hasn't happened yet. I don't know if I'm allowed to violate that with this card. Generally, you can violate rules, but kind of looks like I just teleport over zone 4. Don't know how. If you're not Portugal, take 4 CPs of action. So this is a 3 CP point, but if I wanted to help Portugal, which I probably do not, I would get a little bonus out of it, right? Portugal themselves, obviously, this would be a huge advantage. I don't know what I want to do. My forces aren't set up to take Mets yet. I think I'm going to play the Maximilian card, get that out of my hand, and just do that. Like I said, I spent the 1 point on something else. I gotta swap. I gotta get another battery charging. Most time I really have to go down and play Raid, but I need to finish this fucking card that's taken me, what, 40 minutes to play? And it's gonna take longer. And now my battery is not being good either. The reason it's gonna take longer, fix the battery at least. This one doesn't seem charged, I don't know. That probably... to figure out how to play this card, I gotta make another rules lookup. I'm not too terrible, the rules lookup I have to make on this card doesn't bother me too much. It has a reference and everything, except that I've had to spend 40 minutes looking at the goddamn rules to play a point on this card. Nice that I didn't move out of Milan before I played this, because he attempted to retake Milan, and my big old force there was able to beat him up, destroy his army, which, another lookup. What happens if I beat Maximilian completely? I don't know if I get to take him as Okay. If it's conquered by France, he sends an attack formation. He's not going to relieve anything. Nothing's besieged. The combat's now resolved by a round of field battle or assault, without need to wait. This attack is completed until either Maximilian or the defender no longer has units in this space, which might happen if it falls into a siege. If he suffers a retreat in the field battle or no longer maintains enough units for siege, remove his entire formation from the map. It says nothing what happens to him if he would normally be captured. Now, my guess is if I can't find, I don't know, like, there's no way I can hold him captive, right? Because he can't be released, and I see nothing that talks about that. So, how is this worded? How is capturing someone worded? Is what I want to look for. We got to find combat, field battle, capture leaders. If one or more leaders are present on a side that's completely eliminated, they are captured by the enemy. Place them in the dungeon. Captured leaders may be recovered. Bencomo, Maximilian, and Caesar Borgia are captured, are simply removed from the board, but I think I still get the victory point if I haven't gotten it, and I have not gotten it yet. It's a pretty minor. Okay, now I don't know where it is. Am I sure I haven't gotten it? Anyway, I'll go look for it, but yeah, I should at least get the victory point for him. Fuck that thing. I have a potential problem, which is the Tanto Monta card has not been played. Of course, my cancellation of it hasn't been played either. Spain could pick this back up. It may mean that I have to hold on to my cancellation until they don't. I have 3 points to play. I don't know what I want to do with my 3 points. Milan is already a fortress, so I can't get anything for that. I'm left in kind of a weird state where, as is often the case, I don't know what to do with my excess points. I could start moving my way down. That might be of some value, but then again, also, I've got defenders here. Although nowhere near enough to handle him if he comes back at me. So I buy a Naus. Let me get into the exploration game. Hey, settlements are cool and whatnot. Why not? I don't have a hell of a lot of them, but if I can get resources from that, of course, I don't have the advantage that the Portuguese have, but they haven't captured everything, so there's no great danger there right now. And I boosted one of these. Best move? I don't know. Again, it's hard to tell. And that means I'm back to this card. France has the option of decreasing the loyalty of 3 noble houses by 1 level. Yeah, we're going to do that. Alençon. That one. And we'll shift Anjou that we just put back up down and get another victory point on the Renaissance, which we have to look for a 3 victory point now. Remember to trigger that up here. And France is now nicely in the lead with the Italian Renaissance going away. Not anything anyone else wants to play. Maximilian goes over there. A threat, but as long as I hold my response. Now let me count my cards. I have like 6 cards and the Spaniards have 4, so I think I'm safe. But it may mean that I don't get to keep my admin rating of cards if the Spaniards fuck around. Who knows what they can do, but I feel like I've got enough padding that I can prevent Maximilian from coming back. Spain probably doesn't want to do it, but I am in the lead. Who knows? Like, they probably have better things to do than to expend a 6-point really cool home card when they're kind of on the ropes to fuck me over. But there you have it. Well, we made it all the way around to where I thought I would be, I don't know when. Last time, a couple of days ago. Actually, yesterday, I thought I could get through this round. Obviously, I couldn't have. I moved that battery over elsewhere, and it's time to do other things. This game is a huge burden, and again, the things that it's a burden with further interfere with the narrative. The narrative in these CDG bubble games is already straying away. And I think that's part of what I really like, where I really like Here I Stand or whatever, is that the game is simple enough that the narrative comes through. This game, I'm having to look up so much, I'm making so many errors and everything. Sure, I made the same kind of errors and had the same kind of lookups in EU, but it took more time to actually play, right? And then eventually I kind of probably got to the point where I'm not making as many mistakes and certainly not making as many rules lookups, because the system is actually more consistent than this is, for all of its, problems and whatnot. And I think that's the key, is like, it's not just this, ooh, I can play a CDG in a competitive fashion. It's that the CDG impulse-driven kind of card, having to read all those cards and everything, and Here I Stand again is at about the limit of this, is getting in the way of the narrative of what's going on. And that's why I look at a turn in which I spend all kinds of time up here, most of it bitching, but all kinds of time up here, and it feels like nothing fucking happened, Like, what happened this turn? Well, I don't know. The Nazrid were threatened, and so far, in all this time, this hasn't fallen. A little bit of interesting stuff happened with the Nazrid, no question there. This hasn't fallen. Milan fell, but for the most part, it just doesn't feel like a hell of a lot's happening, and I'm throwing a shit ton of effort in. And just not seeing what little is going on, because so much of that effort is, related to trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, and rules lookups, which is kind of part of that and whatnot. And also trying to figure out what the fuck my strategy is, because it's never clear. The bubble map with the sieges and whatnot on it, it's just not very easy to see where the focus is. Sometimes I'm seeing locations. It's green again, damn it, but at least it was out of sight. Sometimes I'm seeing, locations, and I don't realize that I don't own it, that I'm sieging it, what's going on and shit like that. And it's like, it's just all compiling along with all the rules, the massive things that I have to try to remember in my head, so that I can look them up, and then the things that I find out that I fucked up, that when looking up one thing, I find out that I fucked up another thing or whatever. It's just, it's too much for this kind of abstracted map that is already, the abstracted map, the effort that the cards have way too much information on them for a CDG in general. It just feels like I'm just blundering around at the best, and then I try to puzzle out what the fuck actually happened, and I'm like, not much at the end of the turn. Cold, wet, rainy Friday afternoon. So there's a crow. I can't zoom in that close. On sort of that tree in the middle, I just saw it land there. I used to, I don't know, there used to be one tree that a crow always landed on top of. It was just ridiculously high off to the right. And they don't seem to do it anymore. But for about a year or two, it was really amusing, at least. Maybe more than that. Had to be more than that. I know my wife got a real kick out of it. Anyway, I doubt that I'm going to be able to finish the turn. I know the winter phase takes a significant amount of time before I go dancing tonight. Assuming I go dancing tonight. It's wet and rainy and cold. But let's start with the Muslims. This is one of the problems, both with, first of all, just pulse games in general. Even if I'm playing opposed at a table, all my effort focused, I'm still going to lose it. I know I had a plan for a way to get my ship here. I've got this spice trade I need to hold on to get my ship up here, hit there. Now, I only get one of these two cards. I don't have resources. I'm not sure what my plan was, but to allow me another shot, yeah, I think I'm lost, honestly, unless I can find some more points, because I only get one of these two. Now, I could say screw it and give up the spice trade because I'm not going to get, I know I can't get it now. But I'm trying to see, didn't I pull resources over there? What has happened? Why am I so weak? Add a cavalry advance, influence not good, declare war not good. I got points. 7 CP that can only be used to construct corsairs. I think what happened was I pursued here. And I think the truth of the matter is the Muslims just don't have enough cards to play both their powers on offense. And that may be the case with most players. Spain is a special case because its two powers are so connected. Well, if I can't get this, I've got to abandon that as a goal and see what I can do with the Nazarids. Very little because I can't use these cards for them, basically. So the possible way, and again, this is the kind of convoluted thinking, is I play this. 2 regulars, 3 militia to home spaces in the North African Alliance. Take the Tlemcen caravan resource directly into your player card and fill its space with a new caravan resource, which is probably the best thing I can do anyway. I'm looking at stuff, I'm like, piracy doesn't work well against the Portuguese, too many fortresses. To do it against the Spaniards, well, they've moved their navy out to the Barbary coast, so it's not really that effective over there. I could go after this with 1 fortress, but I'd have to build corsairs to do it. I could go exploring, all kind of stuff with this first part of this card. But this second part allows me to add 3 militia that I can put right here that would be available to move in and could join a siege. And then I take the resource marker, which is this, which gives me 2 command points. 2 command points isn't enough to do what I need to do. That's the problem. It would be enough to move in and siege. But there's a fleet there. And I have to move this fleet, as far as I can tell. Maybe there's an exception. Let's look at the siege rules. Because I know that there's something funky, like this is on both these seas. I assume I have to sail in and attack it, because I think that's what you need to do. But there's also, again, I'm not used to these rules for what the requirements are. but I think there's also a, hey, if you're floating out at the sea, you get to exceed them. If the power controlling the force has naval squadrons in that space, there is a greater number of naval squadrons in adjacent sea zones. Oh, I'm okay. So the Portuguese did not protect themselves by putting this fleet there. I have 2 fleets here, so I am actually all right. Okay, so here's what I do. 2 regulars or 3 militia. I grab... Yeah, see, I thought I had to have both sea zones covered. But as long as I have the same amount or a greater amount, I am allowed to blockade him essentially, and I don't have to sail in and attack him. I thought I had to sail in and attack. I put those there. I grab this, which I am going to use, and a new one shows up over here. And I mean, this kind of thinking, you know, having to do all this kind of fiddly stuff and everything, and plan out your turns in this sort of way, this is what gets in the way of what little narrative there actually is, because very little is actually happening, right? Now, I have 2 command points here. I move 1 into here, and I conduct the siege. And the siege, I'm going to have 3. That gives me 2 dice, plus 1 for the leader. I'm going to keep the cav, although, damn. So, if I convert the cav, the 2 cav to infantry, I get another die. 3 dice going for a 5 or a 6, there's a pretty good chance, right? But I could definitely fail that. And I'm going to be facing 2 dice. And again, I'm making these up, right? Like, in the sense that I'm not positive unless I go look it up, but I think I'm right. And that then puts me to, why do I have 3 dice? Did I count wrong? I have 1, 2, 1 for the leader, yeah. Now the defender doesn't hit on 4s and 5s. I get the hit that I need. And I also take a hit. Which means, and this is how each of my turns really is. A Portuguese goes away here. These are going to be forced out with him. I don't think I get to intercept, but I don't know. Portugal loses a victory point. I get Tangiers back. And now I got to go look up the retreat. I think he goes to another port, but I also have to look up whether or not he can be intercepted in that non-movement, getting forced out. And that kills this card, and apparently this one as well. Not looking this up, because I've looked it up so many fucking times, but I don't trust it. Because I've been wrong so many times when I do trust things, just like with the die rolls in the combat. Could I have fucked up? Oh, hell yeah. But you know what? I'm fucking up in things that I can't help myself with. The Burgundy War at the beginning. A few other things where the rule just wasn't even vaguely in my head. That the idea of being lazy and looking things up, I'm just like, screw it, man. Maybe some days I will. This day, I'm too fucking sick of that kind of play. There's almost always on every card play at least one thing I'm gonna have to look up, like this retreat and the interception chance. One burden for looking up a roll that I'm gonna have to cope with, even with this sort of lackadaisical viewpoint of like, you know, if I think I've got it right, fuck it, I'll live with that. And that burden of having to look something up every fucking card is really, you know, ridiculous to me. Ridiculous. Again, in EU, There's usually a couple of events that I have to look up. Every now and then there's something very special, but it just sticks in your head because it's not like the core of the game. Particularly, you're not usually making in combat decisions or little quirky, this is just interfering with the flow of the game completely. In EU, it's like it's going to happen during that planning phase. Or, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, you have to look up the naval transport rules when you go for roads as Turkey. But you know what? It's a big goal, and you have to figure it all out for that, and how you're going to support the siege for Turkey. You have to figure out when you go for the Aztecs exactly what the rules are, and you actually have to make them up if you're going to have any chance to do these things, because the way the rules are explicitly written are not good in that game. But for this game, they seem to all be there. It's just like, yeah, but I don't know. I just don't want to do it. That's why I'm chattering, is I don't want to keep looking shit up. Well, it was very different than I thought it would be. If I had gone with guts, it would be, they get to retreat and I don't think they can be intercepted. No. If the defender has naval units or a naval leader in the space, place them on the next turn of the turn track. That destroys the Portuguese fleet. I would not have built it there had I understood all this stuff, but there's a lot of this game where it's like my inability to comprehend all the rules that are going to come into play, because I have to keep looking them up, is such that I can't make good decisions. That has helped get me out of sort of my good habits, what good habits I have, of checking for response cards in some of these kinds of games. The Portuguese had one that would have not helped, but looks like it might have, which is being able to play with the siege artillery stuff. I don't know what to do with Portugal now. Their goal is gone, right? They were going to try to win this fight in North Africa, and now they've gotten stymied pretty badly. So I have the Beltranejos card, which I might just cash in for a victory point. I'm allowed to hold 2 cards. I may just hold these because I don't have much I want to do. I do have one thing I want to do, though. I want to take a single naval move with this to form a settlement, which I don't know. But I think I'll just grab my victory point. And it doesn't just go on the board. I get one of these mystery counters, Johanna de Beltranejos. I could build up my forces, but honestly, I'm not getting much off of these guys continuing to play. And as soon as Tordesillas comes out, I'll get some victory points for that, I guess. So that'll put me to the Spaniards. I need to swap batteries. I need to change pipe. I need to get a new attitude. I just noticed my neighbor has a branch on his roof. Now, you would say, no big deal. Think about how many you have on your fucking roof. Yeah, but he doesn't have any pine trees above him. Which means there was a fair amount of wind last night. Or something. But yeah, usually there's like no real debris. There might be some needles or stuff. But for a branch to make it over, something had to really be. Or somebody put it there. I know the turkeys land up there, but they can barely carry themselves, and that's a fairly big sized branch. It's not something a crow would bring up there, so I don't know. All right, on to the Spaniards. Okay, the Spaniards spent their home card, which is a big deal for the French, because now they can safely spend theirs. They don't have to save it to prevent a Maximilian attack on them, although the chances of that aren't great. That's a lot of points. Moved some reinforcements I had built here in Segovia into Toledo, launched my siege. That's 2. 3, 4 to there. That gave me 2 more left. Hey, excess points. I got an easy place to throw those into a marriage. One thing I like about this, which I didn't like as much about Virgin Queen, in this game, it feels like it throws you into conflict. Okay? One of the things about Virgin Queen was I didn't really feel like I had a lot of conflict to do. Again, I want to replay it actually, and go through that misery and similar misery to this, because I think I'm enjoying this more, right, than I enjoyed Virgin Queen, and I want to give it another shot. I hate having a game, especially one I had high hopes for, totally spoil out on me. It happens a fair amount, but but in this, I feel like I have these military goals that are really, really clear. It's really hard to accomplish them at all, to get anywhere in them. In fact, I'm rather proud of like what I just did in the last couple of moves. But that game, I feel like I was dealing with a lot of different charts. I don't remember what, like technological innovation and marriages and this, that, and the other. And it just wasn't clear where I wanted to put points. Here it's very clear. I want to put them into their military goals for a various number of reasons. I want to put them into things that create engines for additional opportunity, like exploration and whatnot, although the Spanish feel kind of stymied. Their cost is kind of high right now for it. Anyway, on to the French, who do have a nous and accomplished their goals, got Maximilian out of the way, don't know what I want to do with them. Hard to show the thinking that's involved in some of these card plays, at least. The French, having a hard time coming up with something to do, think, you know what? I got my privateer here. I could sail out into the Gulf of Leon and do some piracy against the Spanish. Even worse, I could sail into the Tyrrhenian Sea and do some. I'm not at war, so he can't intercept me or anything. He does have a fortress here, which means he'll be rolling an extra die against me. Okay, I can use that in conjunction with the now, which I move into here. That allows me to do an exploration. I could continue on, but he's not a great explorer. Well, he would want to continue moving on. So a second naval move would get me to here. A second naval move gets me to there. Okay, that's 2 points I've spent, right? I'm trying to figure out what size card I need to do what I want to do. And then, of course, I have to keep this sucker in my mind as well, because I need to play that by the end. But, of course, I can just play that and fiddle with tracks or whatever, you know. Okay, so that's 2 movement, but I don't have enough fleet to really be too comfortable. Fleets, I think, cost less than Cav do. Yeah, a naval squad would cost me 2. That brings me to 4. 6 would be for the piracy. If I do a piracy here, 8 to here. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to do it all in one turn. So let's think again. 2 for a fleet, 3 for movement, 5 for piracy. Of course, I don't have to do it all on one card, but I do happen to have a card. Of course, that might be a good card to reserve, but I don't know. But let's play that and do what I just said. Change that because I don't have a fleet. And I don't have my leader up here where he could like attack Spanish ports, especially coming off the Portuguese coast. The Spanish, well, this isn't Spanish yet. So yeah, here there'd be a fortress anyway. Okay, so I guess we do something. I don't know. This isn't working as well as I thought it was. Okay, so I sailed successfully here and into there, and I might as well sail into here with 1 point. But now I'm realizing this card is no good, right? Nothing is any good is the problem. Because if I want to initiate piracy here, he's going to get dice for all these ships out here. I didn't think that ships near me did it, but I start looking, I start looking up, what the actual fact is, and it's no good. It's like, yeah, I don't want to face 4 or 5 dice, something like that. Who knows? Targeted power: 2 dice for each naval unit in the sea zone. 1 die for each naval unit in a port or adjacent sea zone. So that's 3 dice. 1 die for each fortress. 4 dice. He'd be getting 4 dice against me. He's going to sink me. So this 3-point card doesn't really do it, I think. So I got to rethink. Like, I've already rolled this, so I can't go back that. But the fact that I can't pre-calculate effectively, because I don't know the rules, right? And I know I have to look up the combat rules every fucking time I deal with them. And this is an unfamiliar thing. So if I wanted to sail here, I'd be facing the same thing. Same thing here. All of these sea zones are next to that same problematic situation. And I can only do privateering with him. Now, I could come all the way around. That could be my goal. And I could also do privateering against the Portuguese, which would be the exploration map, which strangely enough, here, what do they say? Okay, in the main section they say, place one of the player's piracy markers in the zone as a reminder of the only being able to do it once in a turn. Over here, that's not stated here, but it is stated somewhere. Oh, main map piracy, declare piracy, same place. Okay. It feels different because this says piracy on the main map, it says piracy on the exploration map, but they're kind of, this has a picture. It just confuses me. They are kind of mirrors of each other. The imagery and this are getting in my way and getting me confused. Okay. Well, do I want to pirate on the exploration map? Well, I doubt it. 1 die for each settlement in the ocean with a fortress. That would be a die. And then 2 dice as defender. So he'd be getting 3 dice against me. That's ugly. Yes, I would be getting... I would be getting 4 dice. So weird because I see 1 die if the now initiating is damaged or there is only 1 settlement. I'm like, that kind of mirrors that. Yeah, so I don't want to really do piracy with him. So what am I doing? Is this the card I want to play? Is what it comes down to. Out of my hand. So it's not a bad card. I'll make my second sail into here and here. I'm not going to worry about interception attempts for various reasons because I'm not at war with anyone. And then we'll try to explore into here, which we go back to this. We got to get a good roll. We did not get the cartography on the last one. Ooh, this is good. By the way, I'm running out of little control markers for the French, especially. This goes here. I get one of these victory point markers. Okay. That was move 2, right? Move 3. I don't think anybody's going to let me through here, but maybe they will. I don't know. I'll have to look it up and ask. Move the Ryobi into here. And then this is going to form a settlement somewhere or another. Of course, I am exhausted. uh, the amount of lookups, the amount of griping, whatever, just, you know. Would I have enough time to play through the entire turn? Yeah. Do I have enough intestinal fortitude to keep going? No. It would have been different at a different time in my life. Even when I first came back to gaming, when I first started doing these videos and everything, I think I would have been a little bit more engaged. So in the period that I found Here I Stand, I had a little bit more willpower to push my way through something like this. But now I'm so used to CDGs, I know what they do to me, that they're an inhibitor. I'm so used to what's become kind of I play a minimal amount of the game and then I go away for a while. That's become my pattern, and that is particularly, it takes a special kind of game to make me want to stick around and do more than a little bit at a time. So my style of play has changed, and I'm not sure why. I think some of it came from playing as breaks from work, whatever, and now it's like breaks from shooting up e-heroin. Because before I wasn't working at home, I was working in an office. I would come home, playing the game would be the big thing, and spamming for a little bit, maybe watching a video or whatever, was sort of the break. Now, that's my life, is just like having a video on or whatever, and coming up here and playing is the break. And that is weird. Like, but there's so much more. YouTube barely existed, essentially, when I was first starting. Yeah, there was a lot I could find that I would watch, but yeah, wow. And then when I started working at home, that's when gaming became more a break. Like, I would step away from the computer and go play a little bit of my game and then go back to work. And, or I would go out and take a swim instead of playing a game or whatever. But gaming became more a break than it became like a major focus of activity that I needed breaks from. And I need to figure out how to get that switched. Here it is, Sunday afternoon, kind of mid-afternoon. And yeah, let's see if we can finish this up. I got my big battery charging, which luckily doesn't have the problems that the charger here has. It fits in nicely and works to do some chainsawing. I've had a couple of pretty days in a row and it looks like it's going to be okay, and I got food, and I really should do this stuff. Got to get some of this crap out of my yard. I'll show you what they left me at some point. Well, not on this. I'll do a separate video on it before I cut. All right, and we're on the Muslims. I don't know quite where we are. I have to rebuild my concept of what's going on in the game, because all the planning, again, it's the CDG thing. Walking away from a CDG is just really tough because you're planning by the card, But I got one card left, and I think it's a good one for them. Yeah, it's the spice trade, so I'll get to fuck around with that. Of course, it has its own dedicated counters. This wasn't clear to me. I scored the victory point. I hope I put it up there. I'm going to have to check these at some point, but it's going to be such a pain in the ass. Right now, I just feel like I've got a close enough count. Nobody's ahead enough that they could win. Nobody's close enough to this that they can win. But at some point, I am going to have to do a real recount. And again, that's going to be tough. It's not going to be horrendous because most of the points are on the player card. The only exception is the damn triangles. And I actually wish there was a track for them so that everything would be there. But again, you'd have to update that. Anyway, I've got to give a card to somebody else for that victory point I just took. And this goes back in the deck, even though it's a mandatory card. Oh, I get 3 points too. Let's hold that off. But the card that I give to someone, well, I am fighting the Spaniards. I don't particularly want to give them anything. I'm fighting the Portuguese. I don't particularly want to give them anything. And the French are in the lead. It's a horrible combination of choices. I'm going to leave it up to other people to screw with France and give them a card. And give them a chance to push a little further. Because I know that they're going to fight Spain at some point. And I don't think, eventually Spain and Portugal are going to come to peace. And so it's me against Portugal for the long term, I guess. But yeah, I get 3 points. I don't know what to do. I forgot about that. Shit. While I was here, I bumped this counter and flipped over. It's the same guy on both sides, Kamal Reis. And I vaguely remember there's some event that makes him the better version. At least I think it is. With the piracy capability and whatnot. I don't know. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe the 1 point version is off the card and I've been doing it right. So now I've got to hunt that down before I take those 3 points. Dancing did a number on me. I didn't have to walk home this week, but I hurt my ankle, I don't know, over the 2 weeks of walking home afterwards. Particular shoes I have and everything. And it's just getting worse and worse again. I've got it wrapped. But I hate when this happens. It's like, it's causing other damage up the leg because of how I have to favor it or whatever. Funny thing is, the shoes I've been wearing have been relatively new and decently stiff on the bottom because it's wet out. And the shoes that I like are, that I particularly like, are really only wearable in the summer. They have holes in the bottom now and all kind of crap like that. But it's the shoes that I like, the kind of sneakers that I like that are in really bad shape, the podiatrist I went to was like, you can't wear these, and basically prescribed me to get a shoe with an inset or an insert in it that would that was very, very heavy and it felt like bricks wearing them. The ones that I'm wearing now when I go dancing are not as bad. I have a pair that is as bad. I got another pair of Nikes. They're not as bad, but they're still very stiff, and I don't have the flex that I'm used to in them. And I think that's how I end up hurting my ankle, is that I don't have the capability to, flex my foot as much within the shoe. I should be, basically wearing ballet slippers when it comes down to it with the shit that I do. But I couldn't express that to him and I didn't really realize it. It's when I bought the shoes and I felt like I had fucking bricks on my feet and I couldn't do what I like to do. The first time that I really hurt my ankle and that it hasn't recovered from, back before the pandemic actually. I was barefoot actually, but my foot stuck to the ground. And again, it didn't allow me the flexibility that I needed to react to stuff. Anyway, why am I there? I don't know. It's time for me to look up this fucking Admiral and see if I can find the rule. And again, there's no index, so there's no way. I assume there's no index. Maybe. There's no index, so I assume, I basically have to paw through and try to find what it is. I think it may be the Ottoman rule. It may be in here, though. I'm in the piracy stuff. I don't think so. I don't think it just happens by time. And this is, you know, Ottoman support. I don't know. I feel like there's something that triggers him, and I don't know what it is. Well, I know there's something that triggers him to flip. I don't know what it is. And I don't know where to find it, because I don't know the name of the event. I've been playing it right. He should be on his better side, which is what I started to suspect. It's under the Foreign War cards, the only place where it mentions this. And again, it's like, I don't know what would be necessary. Given that this particular Foreign War uses crossed swords, you would think there would be a crossed swords on this, just to help indicate or whatever. But there's just such this overload of little bits of information you have to remember that you can very quickly lose your place. Okay, well, what do? We rewind back to where we were before we bumped something, and we've got 3 points. And I don't know what to do with that 3 points, right? I was trying to figure out what to do with them when I bumped a counter and realized, uh-oh, I may have fucked up a roll. The effect of all that was pretty limited. I built myself a boat, a militia, in my newly captured key, recaptured key. And, you know, I'm on to the Portuguese turn. I hope it'll be easier, because if it's not, I'm not going to make it around even once. All right. I guess I got to swap batteries, because this ate up enough battery as well as enough of my soul. Portugal, I have 2 cards. Neither of which I particularly want to play. I could hold 2 cards. Great. I got 2 fucking resources. I can't waste... You know, they're big 5-point resources, too. I can't waste these. I have to take my turn. The admin rating is getting thrown aside as a viable function because managing your resource counters is just such another little pain point in the game. Okay, so for the Portuguese, first of all, I played this for points. Don't particularly want the event. And I used those 4 points to build myself 4 ships on the rest of the world map, because they're cheaper there. I don't know how much sense that makes in this era. You might make an argument for it, you know, with timber resources and whatnot, not so much in Africa, but in the North Americas, where the timber actually improved the shipping capability. You might make an argument for it with the fisheries, which improved the nations which controlled them in a lot of different ways. I really don't buy that building ships in Africa is cheaper than building them in the home port. If these are real naval, you know, real warships, right? But they are in this game, and I had to look up the rule to make sure that I was comprehending it correctly. They do just get to return. Now, they have to make a navigation check to return. But, yeah, whatever, you know. And then I used the command point chit, the 5 points from that. First of all, to do a naval move, I don't want to move these. They can't return except via the winter thing. But it allowed me to build a big navy for half price, which is something that's going to cause the Muslims serious problems. But I landed my settlement, and then I realized, wait, the French don't have a resource in their settlement. They probably should have. That's just I don't know, because of that one card that, like, populates them. And then with the rest, I built myself a cav and some militia here at Quetta. Cav is really powerful. And if I'm going to win wars, I kind of need it. Is it? So, in terms of total, like, value, maybe not. But because you have a limited size force that you can carry with you, it increases in value. And that'll pull me to the Spaniards. I don't know where I am. I'm lost in terms of the game again. And just trying to figure out what the fuck I might have meant to do with cards. Spanish decided to take advantage of the Borgia card, putting him on the board. He's not going to really help me this turn, but this Pope doesn't automatically die at the end of the turn, right? This is Alexander the Sixth. He would show up as an automatic event if he hadn't shown up already. So he's not going to die this turn, so I'll have him all next turn. And that's kind of useful because I think the French are going to come after me again. Maybe not. They got Mets to go after, whatever. And then I used Command Chit, which I'm running, again, I have to play almost all my cards because of Command Chits to allow me to siege Plasencia and then take this. I'm not going to be able to wipe the Beltranejos out. Well, conceivably I could. I have 2 cards. I could finish them off. And it might be worth trying. The problem is there's a decent sized force in that fortress. I got to do something though, because I got another couple command points, unless I want to just, throw them out. But as it is, we've taken the lead over Portugal, and we're now in 2nd place. And with the help of the Muslims, somehow France has a tremendously large hand and some command points. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do with them. Remember, I can't go to war with anyone. I do have... Move a single leader formation from a French home key. No. I thought it would allow me to shift up to Metz. Yeah, it's a long walk to Metz. That's the problem. So, and there's not a lot that I can go after. If I look at the French, I'm allied with the papacy in Venice. I thought I was allied with Genoa. I think I just forgot to put the marker because I flipped all the locations and everything. I think I should be allied with Genoa as well. Okay. I mean, I've got it all. Yeah, you have to correct so many things, right? You have to do it on map. You have to do it up here and here. A lot of fiddling, and yes, I understand why all of these are kind of necessary. However, it feels like a different design that didn't have both this and this chart to track the alliance would be easier to cope with. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with my French. I can just build them up. I can build up my situation there. I don't really... Oh, I was going to go do some piracy. That might be interesting. I played their Power of the Crown, increased one of those, built up some additional forces here. Just really trying to prep for next turn. I don't have anything... Again, I have this piracy that I can go for. Wow. I thought there was another sea up here that I could go hide up here. There's not. Damn. And the Venetian fleet was not loaned, so I can't actually add that to my fleet. Yeah, these damn Spanish are really fucking me up by being placed there. That's a powerful location for Spain to defend. Neat. Anyway, I've loaded 3 pipes. Sometimes I keep track of time in terms of how many loads of pipes I have. It's going to go kind of quickly. The Muslims are out of cards. Can't do anything. The Portuguese have 1 card left. They're going to want to play that. Spain has a couple. they got to play one. But France is going to get a whole series of turns in their order, and I got to put that away. I played Portugal's turn, and I probably should have just passed with them because they had a card that they could pass with, this Master of Siege Artillery. On the other hand, if I was playing this opposed, I would be so worried that I'd fuck up that I would, like, I probably would fuck up if I did that, right? And I probably would pass and then just get in the habit of passing and forget that I had, like, a resource that I had to expend and whatever. So it's not an unreasonable thing that I took their turn. I built myself, I built myself a Naus with the first 2 points. The other 5, I built a ship and another cav and a militia. Trying to build up my force in North Africa. I'm not where I want to be. You know, I'm not winning the war yet. But on the other hand, next turn is going to be I'm going to have the overseas exploration available. But I don't think I can spend all my effort on overseas situations. The Beltranejos card may or may not, you know, do me anything, but for the most part, I can't do much with them. So, yeah, I don't really know what what I can do at this point. On to Spain. Although a slight chance of being able to take Seville by playing 2 cards, they're going to hold a card, so they played an ambush card, which is not a bad card, but I need to get the 2 CPs that I had in resources played as well. Built myself a Naus and an extra fleet, realizing that the French are going to try piracy stuff. Well, go for it, dude. You know, I'm going to have a bigger and better fleet, although I might lose the papacy's fleet by that point. And so I think we're basically on Let's Play France for the rest of this turn. I had this diplomatic movements, which would have been a powerful card, but it makes you discard another card. I could have deactivated Naples. I couldn't take them under my control, but I could take them away from the Spaniards, which is a fair amount of points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would it win me the game? Because I may undo what I'm doing if I can win the game off that card. When do you check for automatic victory? Oh boy. It's not automatic military victory. It's the other automatic victory. Where the fuck is it? It's not under the victory rules. Here we go. Victory point accumulation 22.3. That should be it. But it doesn't tell me that. Fuck. All right, I can't find the thing I want. There are 2 ways to win the game. Automatic victory, 22.2. That's this. That's having keys. But there's something that's like if you're 7 points ahead. Or more than 7. And that's what I need to look up. Because 7, this would exactly do it. And I've got a card I can discard. If it wins me the game, I do it. So I don't know where the fuck that is. Like, it's really weird that that's not in the victory point rolls. And it's not there. Fuck. I know there's such a rule. I know it. I don't know how to find it. Why am I, like, it's got to be here, right? All right, well, I'm going to be spending some time looking for that roll because I know it exists. I've been playing it as if it exists, but I don't know where to find it. It's not here as far as I can see. Like, I would need 4 more keys. That's not going to happen. But I remember something. It's telling me how I get the victory points, but it's not telling me how I win. Wait. Domination. Turn 4 or later during victory determination, a player's victory point is less than 48, but at least 7 greater than each other player. Yeah, and I'm going to get Lord of Italy points. So let me undo what I just did with that card. That was the 4-point card. What the fuck did I do? I bought a bunch of... I bought a bunch of this. 1, 2... I don't remember what I did with the points. I didn't use the Rise of France for regular and 2 militia. I could do everything that I had done and 1 more. And that gets me to this victory point level. Then I play this card and discard one of these. Great cards, damn. Famine is probably less likely to be usable. Again, I have tons of points that I can do this. So I'm going to do this to immediately deactivate any minor power other than the papacy or a minor whose diplomatic status has already been resolved. Well, I'm going to deactivate Naples, which will put me far enough ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that I will be able to win the game. I'm also going to be getting more victory points at the end of the turn, but other people might as well, but I'm hoping this works for me. By deactivating Naples, I take their points away. Now, winter comes before the victory determination. That could fuck things up. Is Ferrante going to die here? And if so, what the fuck is that going to do? Yeah, Ferrante is going to die here. Shit. So I have to be aware of what that's going to do. I may undo all this. Here's the thing. To some extent, like my argument of, hey, I shouldn't really know what the different, what the different events are if I'm playing it like I would play EU for the first time. I shouldn't really know what their full effects are and all that. But honestly, the way this victory point track works, to me, the game means that you do kind of have to, okay, look, EU, victory conditions, whatever, they basically don't matter. You're not playing it to see who wins the game. But a CDG like this, with a victory point track, and you have to end up, able to get this sort of automatic victory, a sudden death type situation where you're able to just knock everybody out, feels like a coin type game or something where you should be pretty aware of everything that's going on. Because this is the last card of the game, I want to know, or potentially the last card played in an action phase in the game, I want to know what Ferrante is going to do so that I understand what's going to happen. There aren't going to be any more cards drawn or anything. So I am going to bother to look it up, which I usually wouldn't do in this kind of game. I'm usually willing, well, under the circumstances that I put this forward, which was kind of like, let me play it kind of like EU. But it's such a hybrid, right? Like, it's an overburdened game for the kind of victory that it has. But the kind of victory that it has kind of demands that you know these things. The way looking at the card is really just a shortcut. The Kingdom of Naples ceases to be a minor power. See 21.7 for full details. France gains control of Gaeta, Pescara, and L'Aquila. That's these three, none of which, one of these is a victory point space. One, I don't know what the fuck this is. Yeah, I'm going to have to look. Aragon gains control of Atella, Taranto, and Seminaria. Okay, whatever. I think this is just a normal fortress. So, whatever comes of this, I might gain a victory point, and I think I do. Whereas, I don't think Aragon gains any. Well, retains any. So, yeah, I think this is what I want to do. But do I care? Do I care to play this? Because the fuck, that's going to happen anyway. I don't have to deactivate Naples. Okay, so screw that. I'll go back to where I was. I won't. I want the one extra point for the Bourbons, so I'm going to play this for points, but not for the points that I thought I was going to play it for. Or do I just... Wait, I discarded my good card. Fuck. What am I doing here? I discarded my famine, which I do not want to discard. Yeah. Could I play this for Florence? No, it must be played as the first card in the action phase. I couldn't do it anyway, right? So you can't guarantee your victory by playing this card. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what I planned on before. No, I think I'm gonna win, so I'm gonna push my victory points higher. I just realized I have this to kill off too. Yeah, I'll go back to what I had before and I'll burn that to get my victory points up. So I have 3 points left on that. Realizing I could have further cemented my position. Modena is something I could take. Which is another victory point. But I didn't do that. I built more troops. I got kind of a, hey, if somebody has something they can pull out of their ass to stop me, right? Now, somebody does. He had a witchcraft card, which could have canceled one of these cards out. What did I do to hammer the Portuguese? I don't even know at this point. What did I do to fuck the Portuguese points up? Because Portugal's a lot worse off than they were. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what I took away from Portugal. Maybe it wasn't me. I have to pee, and I'm just lost here. But there might have been a card that I could have stopped, but I doubt it could have stopped enough because it would drop the card down to a 2 CP action card unable to be extended. Now that last card, I could have done something with that, maybe, who knows. Fuck it. And that fuck it is because when it comes down to it, the game is just, the design is the highly competitive framework where you're trying to keep your scores close together, much like the coin games are. You're trying to prevent an automatic victory like Here I Stand had, but there's just way too much crap on top of it. Way too much to remember, way too much to know. Now, if you focused on this game the way people focus on chess or Go, you could probably play this as such a competitive game. But you're spending so much of your burden of mental energy on simply understanding that competitive nature. A game with this much burden at any level doesn't make a lot of sense, unless you can play it kind of the way I play my EU. You know, the design should be more like, I don't even know, because the interactive nature also gets in the way. Like, a game that's highly interactive throws an extra burden on, a burden that's not necessary. You've already got the burden of the complexity of the system, of all the special rules, of all the stuff you have to look up and everything. Anyway, let us finish this off, I guess. We will be walking into the winter phase, and yeah, this game is over. I just want to go through the mechanisms to see what happens. But, as usual, I need a break. Now, again, the French, so whatever the Spanish might have done, the French are sitting on 10 points of cards. Right? They could do whatever the hell they wanted. They could get this extra point if they want to. Very easily. Maximilian is not coming back out of the deck. If the Spanish had Tanto Monta back, they could maybe fuck with things that way. But the way it stands, yeah, the French have pretty much a clear path that nobody's going to be able to get in the way. So we've gotten through half a game, and, you know, the competitive nature, along with all the obfuscation of all the, the loads and loads of special rules and everything, and things that you have to be aware of, all combined to create an automatic victory in a game that I think is designed much like the coin games, much like Here I Stand, like Sword of Rome even, where you can avoid the automatic victory very easily, because in those games enough of the game state is visible that you're able to keep it in a tightly balanced situation. In this one, you'll likely, on early games, I think for something like this to happen, somebody just blunders into victory because it's got that tightly competitive nature, but it's got way too much overhead of shit you have to know to be able to manipulate that competitive system. So there's multiple things working against this, though. The interactivity, the cards with all their information on them, that bloat the decision-making process on each card play. But the basic framework of a CDG or a highly competitive structure to the victory system with the amount of bloat that's present is just, again, it's just not the right type of game for that much bloat. It is not right. I decided to do a quick count of the victory points. I start with Spain, and I counted 9 of these triangles on the board. Okay. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's 2 points less than what I've got recorded. Okay. But, I think there's actually 10 of these triangles. I got one here. So anyway, I'm 1 point less. But then there's an interesting factor, which is what's the deal with these spaces? I don't remember. I thought they come in after Naples enters play. I think I'm a point off, but I can't immediately find, like I look here and I look under strategic spaces, and it doesn't talk about those special spaces. Maybe it talks about them over here under minors with special rules, and we look through page after the fucking papacy. Naples and the event, the death, L'Aquila, Gaeta, Carignola, and Garagnolo were simple, unfortified. Now they're strategic spaces. Okay, so I should be 1 point less with Spain. We're going to work through this to see, you know, to try to get the accurate thing. I think France has enough padding, unless I badly added things, but who knows, you know? Like, it's really easy to lose track of this triangle here. Also coming up a point short on the Portuguese. Don't know why. I count, no triangles in here. I count 1, 2, 3 triangles. Plus 8 is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 24, 25. I don't know, you know. I think the most likely answer is that I've just fucked something up. But, you know, again, in a game where it's so important to be aware of the victory point totals, to see whether or not somebody can win and whatever, and the amount of effort in finding the triangles and everything, I think that too is another problematic burden added to the many others. Again, it wouldn't matter much if it weren't this highly competitive design. I'm way off with the Muslims. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. 6 and 8 is 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. They got a lot more, but they shouldn't have this one. So it's 24. I just noticed, I noticed this piece, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. We have Anfa, that's been taken by the Portuguese, so that should go over here. I took the point off from them, and Portugal should be 2 higher now. That's a matter of me not keeping track of, you know, where that counter belonged when the Portuguese took it. But again, you know, there's a lot of mystery if you don't recount everything. Pretty much every turn or whatever, just to try to keep it in track. Now we come to a problem. I was way ahead on my French victory points somehow or another. I was up around here. I'm not getting that number either. I count these. 1, 2, maybe I missed one of those. 3, 4. Oh, that seems about right. 4 of those. I don't see other triangles. So that's 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32, 33. So I was about 2 points, 2 or 3 points ahead. 2 points ahead with the French from what I thought or from what I should be. And that's problematic because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh. Now, Ferrante is going to give me another victory point, but this is what I guess I'm going with. I've counted everything up. I think I've got everything. I don't know. There might be a counter that I didn't grab that I should have or something, but probably should have. I have no way of knowing that, right? Like if I fucked something up on that scale, well, not scale, but something minor up like that, I'm fucked, right? Because there's just so many victory point counters going on in the game, and some of them aren't even reproducible, but those we're not going to worry about. But anyhow, all right. So now we go to the mandatory events, and I swap battery. Remember, if I had, and I'm looking to see if I have Roussillon here, I have Barcelona. Roussillon would be a problem. If I had known the actual victory point total, I probably would have played to get this extra point, right? but whatever. I guess we'll let it lie where it lies, because if playing an opposed game and someone did not demand a recount of all the victory points before they play their last card or whatever, I don't know. Probably wouldn't go back. Way through, it's kind of interesting. The piece of Alcacovas, this could automatically force that treaty. It's removed from deck if played as an event. There's no way it can be played as an event anymore, so I guess it just stays in the deck as a 4-point card, which is kind of a bone, because most cards that don't give you an event option although who the hell would play this if they're not like the Portuguese or Spanish, right? Because they would get nothing out of it. So it's not that big a deal, but it's kind of weird that it would get removed. It's like, it's unplayable. Why would it not be? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could play it for no effect or something, but no matter what, it's pretty much an unplayable card. Why make it a difference of whether or not it was played as an event or removed from the deck? It just seems like a minor thing. I don't see why it's removable. Anyway, I'm searching for Alfonso, I think, or somebody. No, Manuel. I've got the other mandatories out already. Okay, so Ferrante of Naples happened, and Spain manages to maintain Naples, which I didn't think they were going to do. That's an extra point for them that I wasn't counting. Borgia had to withdraw before things got aligned. France and Spain are now at war. The Spanish gain control of the south, but not Otranto, which holds in whoever's position. And the French can gain control of the north. Both get regulars. The Spanish get regulars in Naples as well for having control of that. They do not get this, the Naples marker. It is available now, but you have to control Naples and 2 of the strategic spaces, the triangles, within Naples, if I recall correctly, to get that. So this card is done and gone, and we're back at 7 points ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means the French are in good position. But now we have overseas voyages, which who the hell knows what that does, right? Like, I didn't look up to see if that's going to create points right away. Here, these major cards, Ferrante, the overseas voyages, they're in the rules. They're part of that huge rules overhead where there wasn't enough room on the card or whatever, but also it does mean that you have these special cases available to you without having to look up the card. It's not obvious that that's the case on the first play, but I think one can get used to that and realize that they could spend the entire game, again, like I played SFB, right? With the rule book in your lap, just constantly looking around to see what's happening and, you know, to remind yourself of what's coming up. Now, again, in EU, do I do that? No, because it's not a highly competitive game. But this is such a highly competitive game that, yeah, I feel like I would be doing that. I would be constantly reviewing the rules as I'm playing, which is not a pleasant situation to be in when you're playing an opposed game. I play an opposed game to a large extent for the camaraderie, not for the competitive spirit of it. But it feels to me that to play this competitively, unless you just totally memorize it, look, you know, I'm sure there could be sharks in this game, right? I've seen sharks in the Napoleonic War, or I've seen a shark play the Napoleonic Wars game, where he just knows everything, right? He's memorized the game. And this would be a heavier burden because it's got a lot more crap on top of it, but it's not how I'd want to play it. But on the other hand, when I was playing it, I would, the competitive nature in me would overrule why I play games against other people, which is more for the social experience, and I'd be, you know, paging through the rules, constantly looking for stuff. in a way that just doesn't feel fun. These voyages doesn't do too much. It puts, it opens up beyond the red lines, and it puts Da Gama and Columbus on the map. So no big victory point swing from that, which I didn't expect, but you never know. It might have triggered the explorations themselves, which could create, you know, cartography points and stuff like that, which would be, you know, potentially enough to wreck the French position. Unused resources, don't have any, I was good. Loaned naval units, yeah. I find the loaning of naval units to be kind of painful, to the extent that while you're doing it, you're kind of like, look, why not? Actually, no, this is a minor power. They actually would have been able to operate with the French perfectly fine. Yeah, you're getting the confusion between two major powers and a minor power, which is something, you know, again. Return of noble militia to their home. Okay. Do I really need to do any of this? Let's skip through and see. Because I really don't think... resources. So it is possible, well, it's possible for Spain too. It is possible that resources will come in that will prevent the automatic victory. So I do have to do all of this in order. I can't just skip down and say, hey, France won. And if that's the case, hey, that's the luck of the draw, man. You know, I can't, sure, I could have padded my points, but maybe walking into the next turn with a powerful advantage is a good thing too. You can make an argument either way. Obviously, it depends on what the victory point span ends up in. If I just miss it, I'd rather win. But if I missed it by a couple because the luck really went against me, well, did I do the right thing or not? I don't know, you know. As it stands, I think I would have gone for this. With what I know of the actual victory point situation and of the possibility of like the Maestas creating points for the Spaniards, or the Portuguese, who have a very good chance of getting victory points with all these resource markers out there. What is the French sitting on? They're sitting on some command points, okay. Actually, yeah, I don't know. Okay, where were we? All right, we gotta do all that dross. I'm not gonna go into too much detail of it because we've done it before, and I don't expect the game to make it to where any units or whatever are necessary. What is going to be important is the collection of resources. I realized the French had another opportunity to get victory points off of potentially the piracy situation, because one of these fleets that was out here was a papal fleet that is no longer part of the Spanish power, and was just floating out there. And I actually could have moved that in and included that in my piracy along with the Venetians. I don't need a lot of ships to do piracy. I need them to be able to take hits, though, potentially from this Spanish. I might have been able to collect piracy activity off of that, and I could have gotten actual victory points off of it, even, because it would have happened early enough in the turn that maybe it wasn't, like, it was not obvious to me that the French had a shot at it until they ended up basically at like 6 or 7 victory points ahead, and I'm like, whoa, how'd that happen? I don't know. All right, pulled my way through that, whatever. But I just wanted to point out, look how messy things get on that rest of the world map. It's really all the control markers indicating who's explored it. I don't really like that, I have to say. All right. Oh boy, this battery's almost dead. So repositioning, rebuilding forces. let's take a look at it. I know it's not that important because I think the game is over, but again, can't be positive. North Africans gathered their forces here, Portuguese over here. Nasrid gathering there. Beltranejos built up some force as well. For the Spaniards, the Gran Capitano had to return somewhere. He's weird because he can like operate as an Aragonese as well as a Castilian. I don't know that I necessarily. I don't know what I want. Like, I want to destroy the Beltranejos, but that happens during the victory phase, if I recall correctly. So, we haven't killed them yet. And I don't know if I can afford another turn of fighting them. Ferdinand moved back to Barcelona. Spain is in a tricky position right now, right? Because I kind of want to take the Beltranejos down. I want to do the Reconquista, but I'm in this horrible position where the French are now massively at war with me and over Naples. And I don't know what I can do about it, really. I have Borgia down here. At least there's that. And we got the forces positioning themselves in the fortresses near Naples. But Tremoille has a fairly big force. He can come in and start fucking around in Catalonia again. It's not really worth anything to France, but it's a threat that Ferdinand kind of has to respond to. So if he deploys down to the Nasrids, he probably can't take them out. So I'm kind of being forced, I feel, into taking on the Beltranejos probably. Although the Gran Capitano could actually shift his way down, fight the French, and just let the Nasrid survive. But I got a problem. This is going to be turn 5. I start getting penalties if the Nasrid are still on the board. So, yeah, that's going to suck. I don't know what to do about it, but yeah, I feel like I'm really on the ropes with the Spaniards. The French, on the other hand, have very little to do except pursue their goals in Italy and, put a different threat on Spain so as to make it more likely that I achieve what I want in Naples. It's going to be hard to stop the French. And, how much can you convince the Muslims to, mellow out about things? Sure, I might get lucky and the Otranto seizure might end up happening by the Ottomans. I don't know if is that an automatic? Doesn't appear that it is, so I have to get lucky with the die roll. But I had to look up, and anyway, after that we returned the Naus. Well, the only Naus that are out there that didn't have to return, I'm going to leave Da Gama out here actually, so he doesn't have to spend a naval movement to move. Da Gama and Columbus don't have to make a roll if they were just placed in their starting position. So that's kind of cool. I'm not penalized for that card coming out as the mandatory. All right. Well, we continue. One thing is I built all these Portuguese navies out here, getting them cheaper. They're going to be able to return, and I think they have to make a navigation check, so they might get damaged or something. But they're going to have to return, or they can return to Portugal. And I certainly am going to return 2 of them, the excess that I have. There was no reason for me not to build these at 1 point each instead of 2 points. But the others are of kind of interest because they allow me a better chance of pulling my resources in. But there's no way of pulling them back to the main map during normal play. So if I have 2 of them, I have a navy about the size of the Muslims. But the 3 that I'd leave back here are going to be kind of problematic on that side of things. So I don't know which way I want to go. If I, obviously, it may just not matter. But The North Africans actually had built a couple extra navies there, so I brought most of the Portuguese fleet back. I'm leaving one here because I have 1, 2, 3 settlements to draw from there. The other 2 are only 2, so I'm like, well, I'm more likely to get stuff, I guess. To begin hunting, and actually the Portuguese probably should have left a fleet here to give them the bonus. They rolled a shitty 4. All eliminated, they had a victory point. That would be enough to have brought it to play. I'm not going to worry about it because they're like, look, screw it. It's not just up to us. The Muslims got 3 additional victory points, putting them up in the range too. But it, you know, I don't see another place where they can get another victory point. And like I said, I think France is going to get some victory points off of Lord of Italy. So that extra victory point by the Portuguese probably didn't matter. But if they have another one here, it's ugly. They do not. I get an 8. That means 1 arrives, 1 remains. I don't know. This is a hard call. Which is worth more, a 5-point of command points or a card? They're both good. I think I'd rather the card. I think it's more flexible. And we'll put that there to remind me. And then this one I'm at +2 on, which gets me up to a 9 or more. So that all arrives. Did I have any victory points in here? I did not. Two victory points. The game may not be over. Well, this is getting exciting. The French one's not a victory point. I think the game's not over. It is not. Let's see what happens. This is subject to plunder, I think. 5 or more ports on the African coast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, I missed. Okay, free of plunder, but still on the shitty roll. But chances are it arrives unless I roll a 2 through 4. Oh, terrible. So the French don't get theirs. But yeah, I think this game continues, actually. We don't know, because the French might draw victory points from, and the Maesta might as well. Okay. So the Maesta is first, and that's going to be, they're over here. They can trace up through here to these 2, and up through here to that one. So they've got 3. $11. They get a naval resource, which is a lousy cav. I mean, it's great. It's 3 CPs, but the French get a couple of sets of these. Do I control Genoa? Yes. Do I control Venice? Yes. +3. 10. I get a draw. It's just command points. Oh well. And then the North Sea, I did not improve my situation there yet. I really should. Get a 10, I get a resource. Could be the game here, man. It's more command points. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I'm getting, I don't know, I might be getting 2 points from Lord of Italy. This is, the tension, I don't know, you know. And major power alliances, do we have any? Yes. For some reason, France and the North Africans are allied. Interesting. Okay. Why did that happen? I'm not quite sure. But I think it meant that the French fleet could have gone into the Mediterranean if they so desired. Oops. Okay. Piracy markers, I don't think there were any placed. Diplomacy reset. Don't have any. Naples is gone. No -1s anywhere. Marriage resolution. Okay, new rule here. I've got a +2 DRM to this marriage. Okay. Seven, 8, 9. Marriage celebrated. 1 victory point gained. Okay, so John of Asturias and Margaret of Austria are now married. That will get a little Spanish marker with the Holy Rolling Empire. I'm 1 away from isolating France, which is worth like a victory point or something, right? I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. But now we have deaths. And we're in turn 4. Isabella dies on a 1. Alfonso of Portugal, 1 through 5. Now it's weird because he would be king, but isn't. No. John, Prince of Asturias, on a 1. No. And the others, Philip the Handsome. What's up with him? I didn't promote that one. Okay. All right, so we're in a position where actually we could get the isolation. Not this turn. We could have done it this turn. I didn't realize that I needed to promote another one. Okay, checked for surrender of Catalonia, Beltranejos, or Nasrids. None of them happen. There are no Catalans. Check for VP for Lord of Italy. Okay. Naples, not mine. Rome, yes. Ravenna, yes. Yes. Milan, Genoa, Venice, and Otranto. That's 6 of 8. I get 2 victory points for the Italian control. So that's going to get me a 3 for there. We paw through to try to... Yeah, I know. But I also know that there's 3s. So that's 2 more French victory points. Wow, now it's looking like they win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exactly. And they had a very, very good chance. I mean, Portugal drew 2 victory points, but they had another victory point here that they gave up, which they probably should have had a fleet down there to help it. But chances were it would have arrived. And if it arrived, I'm in much better position with all my fleets here. So I may have made that decision even knowing. It's not turn 7. We have a winner. Yay, the game is over. I don't know how I feel about that because, I don't really like when games end early. But on the other hand, this one's a pain in the fucking ass. However, things were, this is one of the things I don't like about the sudden death victories in a lot of these games. In the coin games, I don't mind them. First of all, it's fairly easy to keep track of what risk you're at, and also the game doesn't really change significantly over time for most of the coin games. Things like Pendragon are different, but that's an overburdened coin game, okay? It's too much for the system, to be honest. Not as bad as this is for the Here I Stand system, but still, you know, I didn't get to play with my Columbus and my Da Gama. I didn't get to do a lot of things that I thought I would be able to do. On the other hand, I'm glad to be done with it. I had some enjoyment in playing. There's no question about that. But the burden that the game puts on me in terms of just the amount of shit I have to remember and keep track of and everything is not suitable to the type of game that I expect it to be. And that it turns out it really is, okay? And the problem there is the competitive nature of the victory points. I was able to kind of put aside the, all right, look, I don't have to know everything. I can keep track of some of the stuff. The automatic victory from keys looks almost impossible in this game. You know, you really have to, I think you really have to be doing very well. Either know the game inside and out and be able to just blow other people away in manipulating it, or more likely, or maybe also in addition to, get very lucky in a lot of things. It's hard to say, hey, you know, what happened in the overall flow to make all this, you know, to make France be in the lead and whatever. Honestly, I felt like France didn't know what they were doing most of the game. They felt handcuffed most of the game. So they invested in victory points instead of in things that would, like, build their engine up. Well, that ended up working out pretty well for them, to be honest. And it's kind of a, hey, what's going to happen in the future? Well, France is actually in a pretty fucking good position to move into this next turn as well. So I just don't feel like, I feel like France ended up in a very powerful position. And did they do anything that felt incredibly, like, clever? Or, you know, did they get anything that felt like a huge advantage? Not really. So part of me is like, wow, France is really dangerous. And they don't have anybody really against them except the Spaniards. The Spaniards have a lot of work to do. You know, they're not necessarily, you know, but France, they lost Roussillon. Maybe they got lucky with a papal roll or two. That's a big part of it. They got lucky by being able to manipulate the Maximilian card. I don't feel like the Burgundian War really helped them. My cheating with it. I'd say it's kind of a wash, because the thing is, I had to face it once anyway. I got to do other things with it early, because I didn't know it was supposed to be set up, and got to bury it out of the deck. But I don't really know. And it feels like, you know, the Muslims and the Portuguese were kind of pursuing their own aims and didn't really have much, you know, unless it was obvious France was going to win, I don't think they would have operated differently. Spain and France ended up at peace, which is part of, but that's, you know, they didn't want to. It's the treaty that gave Roussillon away, which France didn't want to give away. They wanted to maintain that war, but that brief peace and what came down to a really big hand of cards. They were able to manipulate their hand of cards. So I think really it's this last turn that made France as good as they were. And some of it is manipulating these to get themselves a better hand of cards. Some of what the cards actually did as well. They allowed them to get more cards. The Muslims giving them another card. But it's not like they used all their resources. They're the only ones sitting on a couple of cards. Well, Spain has one. But yeah. Wow. And it really did feel like this turn, France was in the lead with Portugal. I don't know what ditched Portugal's victory points so hard. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, it feels like France did something in one of their card plays that fucked the Portuguese victory points and took them from like being within a few points of them to being down with Spain. Now, obviously, Spain took things from France. They took a couple of victory points away from Portugal. They took a couple of victory points away from Portugal. So they may have actually sealed their own doom by concentrating against the Beltranejos on a turn when France was in good power. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's the wrap for this one. Going to put it away and I'll give a review. I feel like, I knew the review at the beginning in the intro. It's an overburdened game for the mechanisms that it's applying. And I think if it weren't, like, there's a lot I like about the game, which is not the feeling that I got out of Virgin Queen, right? I felt like, and again, it may just be a matter of how I looked at, how I looked at the experience. I felt like I was kind of enjoying making the decisions in this one. It felt more warlike also. But it's been a long time since I tried Virgin Queen. And I know that I was looking at it more from the Here I Stand point of view than from this kind of, well, what if I play this like I played EU the first time? Just kind of, what the fuck, it doesn't matter. The problem is it does matter because it's a highly competitive design. I feel like I was able to kind of overlook the interactive nature and everything, deal with the fact that it was putting way too much burden for the type of game it was, but then it comes down to victory conditions that are Here I Stand like, that are, and Here I Stand I think Here I Stand is at the extreme end of complexity that I'm comfortable with for the interactive play and all that. I felt like this was too much for that. And at about the extreme for the competitive nature of play. And the problem is everything that's been based on it is like, well, Here I Stand's a pretty complicated CDG with this, tight competitive system. And people could deal with it. Let's make it more complex. Let's add more to it. And it's not just this game. Virgin Queen has the same problem. Time of Wars has the same issue for me. It's just more than I can handle for that kind of thing. Now, this one takes it to a level above the others. I think this one is the most overburdened, which led me to look at it in a different way. But it also shows more promise by being more sort of militarily influenced. And maybe some of that burden is what makes it feel that way. But I just feel, the fact that each player has 2 powers, so they're always kind of trying to fight somebody. Except for France, who couldn't figure out what the fuck they're supposed to do, so they won the game, right? They couldn't figure out an obvious, easy goal, so they just won instead. I don't know. All right, let's send it on.